This is Mary at the.meri.atelier, and it's Friday night, June the 5th, and I am ready to do some art. Hi, Holly Dalton. Are you keeping cool out there, Holly? You're probably used to all this hot weather, aren't you? I'll bet you are. I'll bet you are. There's Lori Loves Montana. Hi, Lori. Hi, Shelley Carlson. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome. It has been so hot here today. I stayed in all day and slept. I tell you, I think I slept most of the morning. And then I read in the afternoon. I stayed offline except for a little bit. And then I went out and watered my flowers and we had supper and here I am. You're trying not to get used to it. It was up in the, well, I don't know. It was up in the high 80s, the low 90s. It was really hot here yesterday. Hi, Deborah Adams. Welcome, welcome. And Angie. Hello, hello. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. Oh, you got a notification. Yay, Lori. I'm glad to hear at least somebody's notifications are working. Yes, I'm on every Friday night at 7:30 Central. Everybody's saying hello out there. While they're saying hello, I tell you, I haven't done much. Yesterday morning, I meant to go on this morning, but I turned over and went right back to sleep. With my alarm. I didn't even think twice about it. I went back to sleep. I just about have Cheryl's Yin Yang kitty finished, but I'm not going to work on him tonight. I like to work on the pet portraits in the morning. I might sketch the next one in my journal over the weekend, and I haven't been doing much in my journal either. Now, I was going to do Zentangle as my journal theme, but I've stopped doing gem journals. So I've got a few Zentangles in here. I don't know if I'm going to do them every day of the month. And I'm doing the sketchy thumbnails, just kind of my own challenge here too. So I haven't done much in my sketchbook since we last met either. But what I've been having fun doing, if you saw me Friday, is this crayon splatter. This crayon splatter, and I thought how fun it would be to do one and make a zine. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to make 2 zines. And I was reviewing my video with the splatter, and I noticed I had my hand right in front of the camera. You guys couldn't see much. So I'm going to try to hold it at an angle. And I think I'll do that first off. My calendar for June the 5th says, in fair weather, prepare for the foul. So if you're having it good, look out. Get ready for the hard times during the good times. I guess that's what that means. So let's set this aside. And I'm going to do some Teabag Zines tonight too. We're going to do a couple zines, as many as I can get done here. But let's start with the crayon. And let's start by putting some wax paper, getting Penelope out of the way. I need to paint my Matryoshka dolls. We're going to do that one of these streams. I have so much to do. So much to do. So I think I'll put 2 sheets down because it can get pretty messy. And Penelope, we're going to move you off to the side here because we don't want you plastered with Crayola. And let's get out some Crayolas here. Let's pull this out. I could make a zine out of this, but I think I'll put this in my art journal as an experiment page. That was so fun to do. And if you hear any roaring in the background, we finally turned on the air conditioner this afternoon. I said to my brother, please, can we turn on the air conditioning? He sort of like that, too. He said, okay. And I went out and watered my plants, and when I was out watering my plants, he turned it on. That's orange. And let's see what I have here. I got all these crayons at, we might play with the brush a little too on an experiment page. Let's do some green and some of this that I don't use very much, and we're going to splatter. We're going to splatter crayon. What's this? That's blue. We got blue, purple, orange, red, a red, orange, green. Let's do yellow. I mean, I'm just pulling out colors here. We got blue. Yeah. I want to save my other colors for, I don't think that's crayon. I think this is chalk. Here, pink. Alright, that should be good enough for playtime. That should be good enough for playtime. And we need a sheet of paper. Now, I'm just going to use cardstock paper. This is that Neha 65 weight cardstock. This is the Neha brand that you can get at Walmart, or you used to. I haven't bought any for a long time, but even then, it's at 65 pounds. It's pretty stiff, so it folds pretty stiff, but I think it'll hold my crayons pretty good. Let's chat with who's coming in here. Welcome to everybody who's come in. Hi, Nina. Shelly's here. Violet. Hi, Violet. How you doing, lady? Shelly, Nina. Janet. There's Janet. Hi, Janet. Lori, Shelly, Mina, Lori, Mina. Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, relax, cut, glue. That's Nicole's. Nicole, relax, cut, and glue. Judy, Judy Umfleet. Hi, Judy. Hi, Ray. Welcome, everybody. Okay. Deborah Adams. You're doing great. Good. Good. Good to hear, Violet. Deborah, River City popped in. Hi, Deborah. Welcome, ladies. I'll try to keep my eye on chat a little bit better than I usually do, but I'll tell you, I'm not the best at that. Let's see, how much can you guys see? Maybe I should zoom in. Not a whole lot, because I want you to see what's going on here. Hold the phone, here we go. Aw, Judy says she's having wrist problems. I'm so sorry, Judy. I hope that goes away for you. I hope that you don't have to suffer with that all the time. Whoops. It's always hard when you're doing a mobile stream to zoom in and out. And, of course, on my phone, I do not have... My microphone on my phone does not have a silencer for the heat gun, so you'll hear that going. And then I'm going to cut the papers off of these, and I always say, be extra careful if you do this, because these crayons can roll and slip, and we don't want any cut fingers. Just cut away from your fingers. Kind of hold it tight, but if you aren't, just go slow. If you go slow and careful, you'll be okay. And I just cut down the side there, and it peels off pretty easy once I cut it. Let's do the purple one. Like I say, be careful. Be careful. Cut away from your fingers. And they always have a double wrapper in here. And it feels like it's a little waxy on the inside. You're not waxy, it's a shiny. I'm not sure what they do to that, but these purples, pinks, and oranges are not colors that I would normally use. So if I melt them down with splatter, it's not gonna, I'll use them. I'm not a purple, pink, orange person in my color palette. I go more toward the browns and greens, earth tones, yellow ochres. Although I do some things that are, this has a little paper waxy on it there. And it's just easier if you take the papers off of these, because if you're melting these and you get down to the paper, you could very easily burn the paper trying to get to the wax. I'll be out in a minute after I've gotten these cut down, or trimmed off, I mean. And I think the first thing we're going to do is splatter crayon. And I'm going to try to keep my heat gun out of the way. Well, did I cut that deep enough? I don't think I cut it deep enough. Or it may just really be melted on there. It says, I'm a wax crayon and it's summer. That's really melted in there. Am I even gonna get it? I don't know. Well, I'm not gonna dilly-dally over it. I'm not gonna dilly-dally. I'll dilly-dally on my own time. See, they should come off real easy like that. You shouldn't have to. Just two more. Like I say, keep your fingers out of the way if you do this. Oops, I don't want to cut the Crayola. I'm going to turn my crayon. One more. This is a turquoise blue. There we go. Okay. I'm going to turn my wax papers upside down because the curl side is up. The curly side is up. There we go. And I need my palette knife because I'll be wanting to use that. Maybe not for the splatter, but when I get to the other. Palette knives. Okie dokie. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on out there. Hi, Lori Paint Girly. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome, welcome. We'll be keeping the name now. No more switching. Is Azure in the house? Hi, Azure. You missed the name that you had. Little Sister Cheryl is crafting. There's Azure. She says, hi, Mary. Hi, everybody in chat. How's everybody doing? Holly says, hi, Judy. I missed you, Judy Umfleet. Violet's here. Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda Jenkins. Welcome, welcome. Shelley Carlson, Violet, Deborah, Lori, Rhonda. Mostly just saying hello to each other out there. We aren't into any deep conversations right away here. Oops. Poet Cheryl. She doesn't realize it's you. River says, we had a thunderstorm, lights out. They're working to get them back on. Oh, no. Well, we had threats of them last night, but they never came that way. Mary Gold, the mad scientist. Okay. Oops, I keep hitting that menu thing. All right, I'm putting this off of my desk while I do this because I don't want too much splatter on my screen. And not only do I have iced tea in a glass, I came prepared. I brought some lemonade. Because I can get thirsty. All right, so we're going to melt crayon and we're going to get a big puddle of it and then we're going to splatter it. Now, I splattered, when I was playing with this the other morning, it was right at the end of my stream, and I thought, it was a big old juicy puddle, and I'm going, look at this juicy puddle. I wonder if I can splatter it. And so I started going like that, and that worked pretty good. But I might try my brush. We're going to see what happens here. I might get out another piece of paper. We might do some experiments right off the bat here. What I really want to do, is create a zine. So let's get going here, and I'm going to try to keep my hand. So I was going like this the other morning, and all you guys could see, I forgot that you got the top down view, and all you could see on a lot of it was the top of my heat gun in my hand. So I'm going to try to come at an angle this time. Maybe an angle this way. And let's start out with the pink. And we're just going to create a puddle. Oh, you know what though? I think before I get into this too far, I think I'll tape this paper down because it tends to rock and roll on me. And I'm going to tape it down on the back. I sat out on the porch a little last night, but the mosquitoes were eating me. So I'm going to have to get some mosquito repellent because I like sitting out there in the evening. Okay, we just want a puddle. We want a big old juicy waxy puddle. And so I'm just going to keep heating it, and I may add another color. How about pink and orange? See, when I did that, I kind of tapped it and it splattered. I kind of went like that and it splattered over there. And I'm going to experiment with, look at this splatter. Mixing colors. Look at that splatter. Now let's try it with my brush here. Where's my brush? Let's try my brush and see if I can. No, that doesn't want to, it's not strong enough to splatter like this. Now I'm getting an awful lot there in this big old puddle, so let's put some blue in the center. We were making poppies the other day. Well, it turned out to look like poppies. of like that. Let's do some more. Let's do some smaller ones if we can. Because I want this to become a zine. You need a big puddle of melted wax. And just kind of hit it with your Crayola. This one doesn't seem to be splattering as much. Let's see if we can get some more puddle in there. There it goes. Now, let's put a little blue in there. I don't want it to get too big. And it will blow it too. It will blow it. Notice how my heat gun is blowing it that way. That heat gun will make that wax travel too. Alright, let's get this one here. No. Oh, I'm ruining it. Let's see if I can't pick up some of this. Let's let that be cool a little. Let's see if I can't pick up some more of this. And I have another sheet of paper here that I'm just wiping that off on. Let's let that cool. Now what I want is right in here. At least to get some color on there. Alright, let's go back in over here. Let's do a little one here. To play with it. You kind of have to play with it. Let's put a blue. Let's make some poppies. Let's put some little ones in here. Come at that way with my left hand. Now that's not gonna, it's melting together. Let's just put a little in there. And let's make a tiny one off to the edge. Like that. I kind of like that. Now I'm going to pick it up, if I can, off of the back. And it's hot. The paper's hot, but I want to turn it around because I'm going to make a zine out of it. Now I got a lot of splatter right in there with that big one. So let's do another big one in here. And maybe bring the little ones off over this way. Maybe put another little one in here. Try to leave that splatter alone. And since this is wax, I can do that, what Janice had said about putting watercolor on there, because it will repel the watercolor. So we might put some watercolor on here. Some yellow I think would be pretty, or even green. I could splatter some green in between here, but let's play with that later. Let's do this. All right, I'm not watching chat while I'm doing this. So if you're asking any questions, let's see, I was reviewing my chat from the other day, and the questions were, would this work with oil pastel? And I don't know. I don't think oil pastel has a waxy base. I don't know if it will work with an oil base. It might, if you can get them to melt. You want a big old puddle of wet wax there, melted wax, and you're just hitting it hard. You need a big puddle of it, so melt it down, because you want it to splatter out when you hit it. Put some more orange in there. And hit it hard. Hit it hard. I think that's good enough. Let's put a little poppy in there. All right, we're going to put another little one down in here. And your heat gun can also blow that wax, so depending on what direction you're pointing your heat gun at. And I'm just kind of tapping it down into the wet. And you want to protect your work area. You want to protect your work area. And let's see, what was the other question? Oh, they wondered if this would work with oil pastel, and I really don't know. And my oil pastel are packed away someplace. I haven't experimented with them. I think Ray was asking that question. And the other question was, what type of paper are you using? And I just use what I'm using tonight, and that's the Neha cardstock that I get at Walmart. Look at that splatter. Put a little copy in there. And it will be interesting to see how this holds. But you know, crayons are not expensive. And I'm really liking these jumbo ones for the type of stuff that I do. You know, they're not expensive. I think I bought a box of 16, was it 16 or 24? And it cost me $6. I think the ones with only 8 in them cost $2 or $3. And so they're not expensive. And it's fun, but I don't really recommend this for a young child, maybe above age 13. I would say 18 and above. For this type of thing, because they're using a heat gun and it is hot wax, so this is more of an adult project. But adults can color. Crayons aren't just for kids, you know. There's no rabbit saying, silly rabbit, kids are for kids. Or whatever he used to say. All right, let's do one more little one in here. Whoops. I don't want to hit that too hard with the... No, we'll just let it go and then we'll put it down. I think I'm going to call that done. Now look at my melted crayon over here. I think, well, it's on wax paper. Most of it's on the wax paper, thank goodness. just kind of fan it down. And while that's cooling, let me get out the watercolor. I put my watercolor in my box of urban sketching box. When we went fishing the other day, I was going to sleep in, and I posted on Fibsville I was sleeping in. My brother woke me up at 5:30 in the morning. Let me go over here and get these Kurtakis. I like Kurtakis. We'll use them. They're a little bit more of an opaque watercolor, but that's okay. And I think my water's okay. Let's check it out. Let's see what I have here. Now, check my brush out, because I want a kind of a yellow background, I think. Yeah, I got blue in there. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, yeah, I haven't used these Kurtakis for quite a while, so they're kind of a mess. I think I'll go for this yellow. Just hit it with some water. We're just gonna paint the background. We're gonna make a zine out of this, but I'm gonna do another one, I think, before I actually fold the zine. It'll be a Crayola one, but it will not be a splatter. I think you guys have had enough splatter for one night, haven't you? Have you had enough splatter for one night? That was fun. All right, that's enough of that. Let's dry it. Let's just dry this. It did not splatter on the curtain, though, but I think that my brother's going to make me buy new drapes for this room. He hasn't seen them yet, though. He doesn't come in here much. The only time he comes in here is to get... Now, as I'm drying this, I risk melting the crayon again, so be careful when you dry it. He comes in here to check, he's got an indoor-outdoor thermometer in here, and he comes in here to get his envelopes and tape and stuff when he wants to mail something. All right, let's pull this up. It's got tape on the back of it. It's got masking tape holding it down. Little watercolor there. I think this will make a pretty zine. And let's take the tape off of this. I might put it on my other. We'll let that cool off a little bit. Penelope, I'm going to move you again. Says you can move me all around this room. And I'm going to put down another sheet of wax paper over here. And I think I'll use the same colors. Maybe not the blue so much, the dark blue so much. We're going to do 2 crayon ones and a Teabag one. Now, yeah. This I might save. this little piece in here. It's got wax paper. I might make a pocket or something out of that. I think that'll make a fun pocket for my journal. We shall see. So on this one, I want to do it a bit differently. What did I do with that tape I was saving under here? I think it still can tack this one down. And it doesn't matter because it's going to be a zine. If the back gets a little messy, that's okay. All right, let's stop though and look at chat. Let's look at chat. Lori says, I know, Cheryl, I hope they don't cancel the order. It was a good price. Azure says, we need to send Mary some canvas curtains. That's a good idea, actually, to have canvas curtains. I could tell my brother that these curtains are falling down. I need to put new curtains up here. I don't know if he'd buy that. But then I could splatter all I want, couldn't I? And then I could cut it up and make an art journal. What a great idea. Where was I reading that about? Azure said that. Lisa says yes. Hi, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. She says, yes, I mean on the paper. The only time I tried to do art with crayon, it broke off of the paper and I bent the paper. Yeah, I tear my papers off if you're talking about the covers of the crayon. Because if I were melting here, it would start burning that paper. I tear them off. And I'm notorious for breaking my crayons. So Lisa, we're in the same boat there. I have such a heavy pressure, and I have a heavy pressure when I'm drawing with a felt tip pen too. Suze is here. Hi, Suze. They are all Crayolas. They're ones that, well, there are a couple that I don't think that they're Crayola because they were here from my brother's grandkids. This blue one, I don't know what it was. They were just in a box that was left around here. Gosh, the grandkids are graduated high school, in college, graduating college now. So I'm going to use their crayons. But most of them are Crayola. And I got 2 big bags of them at Goodwill, and then I bought some of these jumbo ones. So I like the jumbo ones. I think they're well worth the price. I like them for doing this. Oh yeah, melt crayon in art class and let it cool and then scratch up the paper. Yeah, make a scratch. Yeah. Sue says she has a ton of crayons. Well, there you go, Sue. You're ready to roll. Will the crayon break if you fold it? I think it might break a little. Yes, I think so. We'll test that out. But if it cracks along the fold, I do not mind that on this. If I was doing something that I really, really cared about, I might care a little bit more. But if it cracks on the fold, really the worst crack I think I could get would be down here because these, well, it might be in this one might crack in here. But that's okay. But that's something, if I would have folded it first, I could have maybe bopped around the folds. But sometimes because of the way when you fold it and you don't get it out flat again, you risk your crayon, you know, it can get pretty puddly in there and you risk it puddling in places where you don't. So we'll see how bad it cracks when I fold it. That's a good question, really. Lisa says, I ordered a Tim Holtz glass mat on May 11th and it still says we'll notify you when it's shipped. Aw, Lori said that. Aw. During this pandemic, they are on to crafty art people, and all the parents are looking for stuff kids can do at home and jacked up the prices on art stuff and fabric for masks. Don't get me started. You know, in a way, I'm glad the last 4 years that I did a lot of thrifting. I'm glad that, you know, when I went for my monthly shopping trip, sometimes I bought things I really didn't need. And I'm very happy for all the happy mail you guys have, you know, because I have it to use now. I haven't been shopping for art supplies since, well, probably the middle of March. Probably the middle of March. Now, I go to Walmart and I bought crayons, and if I found some of that 2-ounce paint that was hidden way underneath the shelf there. I got some of that. But, you know, it pays to get that stuff while you can, if you can afford it. I mean, don't hoard it. Becky said she didn't want me to become on the hoarder show. If you saw my room, you would think I was. But I have it to use. You know, I've got plenty of paper. I've got crayons. I've got paint. I've got watercolor. I'm happy as a bug in a rug. Hi, Joyce. Joyce said it's been quite a few years since she bought crayons. Aw, Cheryl says she made her name in honor of her brother's memory. Aw, Cheryl, now I know why you like that name. I'm telling you, Mary would have more fun than 5-year-olds. I didn't have this much fun when I was a 5-year-old. I probably played with Crayola. But I really got art. For me, probably was not interested much in art until I was probably around 7 or 8, maybe 10, up around there. Probably in the 3rd, 4th grades, up around in there. I don't know if that's what a 3rd or 4th grader is, but probably around there. I started wanting to draw things, but I was by no means a talented little girl as far as that goes. My sister was very artistic, and my mother was artistic. And I wanted to be just like them. You know, I was the little copycat little sister, Cheryl. Silly rabbit, Twix are for kids. Allie K says, hi, Allie K. Susan says she loves poppies and peonies. Like when you read the potatoes, more potatoes. It is fun, Janet, but be sure you have your surfaces protected because it can get messy. It's splatter. It's splattered. Pomegranate. I have some pomegranate juice. I don't know if you're talking about the color of the juice, but I have some out there in the refrigerator. And I have a special video that I'm going to upload later this weekend. It's not an art video, but our backyard shed is no more. They tore it down. In fact, that's mainly what I was doing. Was it yesterday? Not yesterday, the day before yesterday, and then, no, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. I was filming them knocking the walls down and pulling the roof down and all that. And of course, when you film it, you get a lot more than what you bargained for, so you have to edit out all the... I almost left one piece in. One of those guys who was like the Incredible Hulk got hot and took off his t-shirt. Woo! I said, woo! I better edit that one out. Oh dear, it was so funny. But he's kind of good looking. I edited it out though. See, guys can't see. And then they came this morning and cleaned up the rest of the, you know, the debris and everything. And I could not help thinking about the Twin Towers. You know, because just watching them knock our little shed down, which is just a little garage type shed that was probably built in the late 30s, maybe the 40s. And, you know, and it was a mess out there. It was just a pile of junk and wood and bricks and debris. And I just thought, you know, when those Twin Towers fell, what a mess it would have been to clean that up. You know, what a mess. And thank God for the people that did it willingly and went and helped out. And not only that, they had to be careful of, you know, finding people who fell with the towers, you know. You had to be extra careful. And boy, my thoughts were sure with them yesterday. That was what was on my mind, but I do have a little video. I'm up ready to upload it, but I'm editing it on my smartphone, and I'm fighting with the smartphone. It will let me put in a voiceover on the different segments, but when I start to merge them together, it just crashes my phone. So there's something in their app that's not working right. So if I merge them all together, and then I'm going to have to redo my voiceover. So, I was waiting till my brother was not around because he'll want to make noise. I don't want his sneezing and coughing and blowing his nose in my in my edits. Okay, well, welcome to everybody who's come in. Janice, I see Janice. Janice Glines, I see her out there. Joyce is here. Azure. Let's see. I thought I saw a little. No, I didn't. Who else? Lisa. Holly. Janet. Baum. Number 24, Deborah. Hi, number 24, Deborah. Welcome, welcome. Try to say hello to everybody, but if I miss you, it's not on purpose. It's just that I missed you. There's Sharon Lombard. Hi, Sharon. Welcome, Sharon. All right. Has brother come in the room yet and said what's cooking? Nope. He went to bed. He's an early to bed, early to rise person. I'll tell you, though, I told him the other morning I thought I was going to have to go in there and shake him because usually I'll hear him moaning or groaning, or sometimes he has nightmares, and, you know, he'll stir around in his room and I'll hear that. And I go, well, at least he's still alive. I go, well, at least he's still alive. Let's see, I think I'll do pink and orange, pink and green, and maybe some yellow. This is a kind of a reddish color. Let's go with that lighter blue. Maybe we'll get that away from the yellow and green. Maybe I will do one side with pink and blue, but I don't want a lot of blue. We'll see how that works. That's a darker blue. Let me get out a sky blue type color. But anyway, he was so quiet the other morning. And I'm going, man, I haven't heard him stir. I haven't heard a peep out of him. I'm going, what is this? Did he die in his sleep? And usually if I get up in the mornings, I feel like I wake him up. I'm going to get out this white too. Where did I see that white? Well, is that white? Now see, this is a gel. This is a yellow. It's gel. Here's the white. Let's put that yellow back. I'm looking for a sky. And these are the ones that, I don't know what brand they are, but I don't think they're Crayola because they've got those kind of oval dots on them. Those were his grandkids. I'm looking for sky blue. Well, that's a lighter blue than this one. Yeah. I want a sky blue. I don't want gray. That's kind of a sky blue. But finally he woke up. I told him I said I was about ready. I said I was about ready to go in there and turn on the light and shake the covers and see if you were still with us. He just laughed. Well, I don't think I'm going to find what I want. What's this? That's a green. See, well, that was that one. I don't think I'm going to find a true blue like what I want. I think there's some chalk in these. I think those that I got at the Goodwill had some chalk mixed up in them. You know, kids like to play with chalk too. I'm not seeing, everybody must have liked the, how about some silver? Everybody must like sky blue. All right. So let's take the covers off of these before I get started. Did I put my knife away? And as I said, if you cut these covers off, cut away from your fingers, because they can roll. Kind of hold on to them tight. Cut vertically down the... Oh dear, am I going to have trouble with this one now? Sometimes it's pretty melted on there, and you'll have a little bit of trouble getting them off. Like this one. And digging into it, let's see what happens here. Yeah, here it comes. They don't always come off easy, but if you're persistent. There we go. White is a nice blending color, but it can now this is a gel crayon. It can, if you scrape it off, if you put your other color down first, I noticed when I was doing my animals, you put your other color down first and then put white over it, it can scrape right off. It's just the top layer that comes right off. I think that's all I had. Now this one. This one I might have to heat the paper first. Alright, now I got them all. So, what I want to do, what are you guys seeing? Want me to come down a little more there? I want a thin layer because I'm going to stamp over these. I'm going to do a stamped crayon. I'm going to stamp on crayon. And Janet, I saw yours in Facebook. I just kind of did a quick glance on Facebook. I didn't react to it yet. I'm going to go back. I saw it in passing and going, oh, that's cool. Janet did some crayon pages. And like I'm using this, if you use a palette knife, I would not recommend using a plastic one. Because if you heat it like I'm going to here, don't touch it if you heat it. But that's a good way to melt the wax off if you heat it. But only do that with a metal palette knife. But you can melt that wax off. I gotta get it in my other hand. But don't touch it because it's hot, like a hot implement. There we go. Okay. And of course my wax, my paper's floating away on me here. Come back, come back. The crayon's up on top of it. Now push this over this way. Cover up the crevice so that things won't fall down the hole there between my desk and the cart. Okay. So let's move this back over a little. Now my zine is going to be half and half, and kind of imagine this being the center point and this being a center point, and then there are two, you know, like a tray of brownies. So I'm going to try pink and yellow and orange, and what color should I make on the other side? Red and green, or that's silver. Blue, this is a darker blue we'll put there. Blue and orange will make brown. Let's put a light green. I think that's a dark green and maybe a sky blue in here. I might go in with a dark blue here. someplace. But that's kind of how I'm going to do it. So let's put these up here out of my way, kind of in the order that I had them. I think. Alright, I'm going to start down in here. I got a silver. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. But I'm going to be doing a lot of scraping because I want a thin layer. I'm going to put my color on, but then I'm going to scrape it off because I want to stamp over it. And I don't want to stamp over a real thick layer, although it might be fun to see what would happen to stamp on a really thick layer. But you want to see the back of this? That's how the back looks. And that's how Janet's was saying, how transparent, how it will, I guess it's the mineral oil in those crayons does that. Maybe it's glycerin. Who knows what's in that crayon besides wax? The wax could be doing that too. I know if you get too much on here, you can scrape the wax off as it comes through. You can, the oil base, you can kind of scrape it. All right, let's get started. I'm going to start with my pink down in here, and I'm just going to kind of imagine rectangles. And I'm going to try to keep my heat gun out of the way so you can see. Now, I'm going to have to put more tape on that. It's moving too much for me. It's my third and fourth hand here. Let's put some tape on the back there, and maybe over here. And Lisa Conway, if you're still listening, I was watching your show the other day where you did all your Dollar Tree haul. And so I had to go. And I did find the paints, but I didn't find the 4 ounce that you guys were getting. I found 2 ounces for $1. And I wasn't too impressed, but I bought some just to test them out. But I found your markers, a few, gold and... Now I'm going to scrape this. Gold and, what else I get? I got another color. I know I got gold. I don't know if I got the silver. I know I got 2 of them. And what else did I get? I got some stickers. Now, do I want to put another color on there, though? I think I'll take this yellow and work in on it. And sometimes your crayon will have crayon marks, and if you just kind of wipe it off on your scratch paper, it gets some of that. That's what happened there. It really doesn't matter. It all works in. I'm going to take some of this yellow and work it in here. Then I'll re-scrape it. Now, let's scrape. And the reason I'm scraping it is because I want the pigment to stay, but I don't want it to be ultra waxy, because I want to stamp over it. It's really just doing a background. And that's what I was doing with these dragonfly cards that I was making. See, and here's where I did crayon over my text page. I still have a few of these I have to finish yet. Alright, so yellow, let's do the orange next. We're going to do hot and cool. Hot and cold. This is an orangey color. Boy, that's really a bright orange, isn't it? Scrape it. And I might work some yellow into that. Let's bring that over that way. No, I don't know. Yeah, I think I will. Let's see what happens. Lighten it up a little in here. A little. Yeah, I guess it does. And I'm just scraping it off over on my scratch page here, and we'll do something with that sometime. I'll probably use it as a base for a scrap collage. Arlene has me gluing all my scratch papers down and then cutting out like a butterfly or something. Now we're going to do the red. Red, this is almost red, isn't it? Maybe I should go for a lighter. How lighter is this? Is a light one. Let's try this instead. It's more of a lighter orange. All right. Now I want to clean my palette knife again because I want to do the blue, and if I have reds on there, I'll turn it brown. But if you do this, don't touch the blade. It'll be hot, Mama. All right, now we're going to pick this up and turn it around. Oh, I'm so thankful to have that air conditioning on. If you hear a roaring in the background, it's our air conditioner. Thank God for the air conditioning. How did they ever make it without air conditioning? All right, I got blue and green, a dark green, and a dark blue. So I think I'm going to take my dark blue, put my dark green there, my light green, and my dark blue. And it will probably blend up in here and make browns. Some sort of a brownish, ugly color. Here we go. So I want to keep this pretty clean in here. Keep it clean until I get up in here. Ooh. If it starts to smoke, pull your heat gun away. We don't want to set the world on fire here. Now let's scrape it. We'll scrape it this way a little. Let's put it. I might want a little bit more blue up here. I don't know where my fold is. That's the thing. I'm guessing, and it's okay to guess. It's just having fun with the wax. Having fun with crayon. All right, now we're going to do a dark green. Oh, that's a blue. That's a light blue. Well, that's a blue-green. I kind of like that. We're going to do it anyway. That's where I'm going to get my browns in there. Now the green's coming out. You really don't need a lot. I have a lot more than I need on here. And why do this? For the fun of it. I mean, it's just a technique. You could do the same thing with acrylic paint if you wanted. You don't have to do it this way. Let's see. I think I'll do the light Well, no, I should do the light green over here. Let's do this. Now this looks like a dark blue to me, and I guess it is kind of a dark blue. It's probably more of a phthalo green, but I don't have good lighting. If I had better lighting, but phthalo green is pretty too. Phthalo green is pretty too. Now, I don't know, is it blue or green? I'm having a hard time. Let's scrape it. It's probably a blue-green. It looks blue after I scrape it off here. It looks blue. And when I was melting it down, it looked green. But I think a phthalo green is a bluish green, dark bluish green. And I tell you, I might have to stamp with it or draw or something with white on these darker colors, because I don't know how a black ink will show up on there. And I don't know if I have a lightish gold ink, but it's not that great. I'm tempted just to use my whiteout pen on it, because I know whiteout pen will go on here good. Or I could stamp with white acrylic. That would be fun to do. I'll have to think about it. Let's do this light green. I should have stuck to my lighter colors. But I wanted to get different ranges of hot and cool here. Oh, broke the color. Broke the crayon. Broke it. But if I stamp with white paint, I have to use an older stamp. I don't know if I want to use a kind of like that. I kind of like it. Let's peel it up. Look at the back. And take the tape off. So let me set this aside for a minute and let's put all my Crayolas back in the box because I'm done playing with them. She's going, yay! Mary's putting her Crayolas away. If I would have had a box of Crayola like this when I was a kid, I would have been in my seventh heaven. Alrighty. I would have died and gone to heaven. You wouldn't be around now. I'm going to melt this. This was my scrape off. See if I can melt it. Making a mess, Mary. You're making a mess. I know, but I'm having fun. in a way, this is what art journaling is all about, is exploring and seeing what you can do with stuff that you have. Art materials. Crayons, my goodness, who's played with crayons for years and years? Not me. I haven't touched crayons for years. Now, I know for a fact that if I hit that with a heat gun, they'll blow away, so I'm going to try to smash them down a little. There I go. Hopefully that's good enough. Trying to get it juicy. I know it's hot. I know it's hot. It's not turning juicy though. That's interesting. I think I'll throw this part away. Throw it in the wastebasket here. Oops, not on that. Clean off my knife. Alright, we're just going to leave it like that. That's just a wipe off page. Now we got this to deal with. I wish I had some foamy stamps out. But since I don't, let's try. You know what I do have? I have these big old, no, not that one. Let me turn over here and get one. Oh, reach, Mary, reach. I have, wait. I don't know if this will work. Let me see, wait, let's see what I have down here. I have these. No, what did I do with them? No. Mary's thinking what she wants to do here. Hold the phone. Let's see what I have. Let me see what I have. I would love to stamp that butterfly right in there. I think I will. You know what I do have? I have these Stampendous, not Stampendous, Stampers Anonymous from Tim Holtz. I don't think I'm going to use paint. I'll have to figure out what I want to do on the dark. These dogs and cats. Let's do some of these dogs and cats from Stampers, and they've never been used. They've never been used. Now I was on Barbo and ZINES. Oh, I missed a crayon. I missed a couple crayons here. Let's put them away. I was on, who did I say? Barboan. Enough this afternoon, just kind of listened to her a little to see what she was doing, but I was so tired I didn't stay. But I noticed she's got her merchandise up, and I noticed she's got a mug and a pencil case and I think a tote, some other things out there, and a stamp. It was at Freddie that she has out there. I'm gonna do the butterfly. No, I think I'll stick with the animals. I'm not sure how I'm going to get them to stamp on these darker ones. We'll see. We'll see. We're going to do a fun animal. I have blue, but I don't think the blue will show up on there. I need some white. I have distress, but I don't think I have the right colors. Let's do, and I'm just going to pop them out here. Let's do this dog. Yeah, I think I'm going to pop them out. They've never been used. I'm going to do that dog. Well, this one looks like it might have been used a little. It's a little dark. But that's okay. I can, yeah, it has been because I can pull it out. We're going to put 2 dogs there, I think. 1, 2. Maybe goofy dogs. I should put a dog and cats together. Oh, let's pop them out. We'll see. Let's take them all out. It's a goofy dog. Put it like that, I guess. And here. And we don't have to. I'm thinking I might swish some white paint on this darker to kind of like a wash to get my stamps to show up. Let's do that because I don't think they'll show up too good. Let's do a white wash on it. Just a thin wash. A really thin wash, just so my stamps will show up. And it's a wax based. So you're putting a white acrylic on a wax base here. And I might just do it on this, just this side. And I kind of like that. Now let's, I wonder what will happen if I heat that. Kind of puddles in a way, but I don't mind that. Oh, look. Oh, I kind of like it. It's blending in. Oh, I like that. I don't see my strokes. Oh, I like that. That worked for me. This one might need a little bit more. This one's a little dark. Let's just squeeze a little more paint down. Oops, that might be too much. This one's a little dark if I go stamping with, I think my black will show up on there, but I'll make it a little bit lighter. Because I want my ink to show up. I won't have any problem on the oranges and reds. And I kind of like how that paint blended in. Let's see if it does that again. I don't know if you guys are seeing that or not. I think it'll show up now on that one. All right, so we're going to do cats on this side. Oh, we got another doggy here. He's a goofy one, too. We might put these 3 together. Put this one down here. Maybe this one with this one. This one can stand alone. There we go. Now we got some cats. It's raining cats and dogs. I should put them upside down and have it be raining cats and dogs. Janice, are you here? Do you have a good verse for me for raining cats and dogs? We're going to have it be raining cats and dogs here. We should mix them up then. We should mix them up with cats and dogs together. Alright, I'm not going to take out all the little toys and bones and bottles and fish bones and that. We'll leave that in there for now. We just want the animals. Alright, we're gonna mix these up because it's gonna be raining cats and dogs. Of course, now I have to turn them upside down, sort of, like that. And let's see. It's gonna be raining cats and dogs. Sort of like that. Let's see what you guys are saying to me. Well, before I stamp these off, I need to put my stapler away. Hold it a minute. Everything's gonna fall if I'm not careful. Let's see what you guys are saying. Put my paint away. Let's take a break. Girlie says, did she say bones? I did say bones. Did I say bones? Was there anything wrong with saying bones? Oh, Kathy Whitney, hi. I've been doing really neat cards where I did this same technique where I melted a crayon and scraped it off, and then I stamped this dragonfly on it. I should drop one of these in the... I still have an envelope to send you, Kathy. I'll drop one of these in here. But it makes it... I scrape off most of the wax, so it doesn't even feel waxy here. And I scrape it off so that I can get a good stamp, because I'm not sure about stamping right on the wax. Now this is a little bit more waxy over here. But I melted the wax on here, and then I just stamped it with archival ink. Here, archival ink. I was doing that the other morning in my streams. I still have a few more to do of these. I'm just doing them at my leisure. Hi, Lucinda. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, ladies. Joyce is here. Kathy Whitney. What color is it? What color is it? I don't know what you're talking about. What color is it? I don't know some of the colors because I tore off all the... I don't... Who you're talking... Are you talking to me? I don't know what color I use because I tore off all the papers. It's yellow, Kathy, and the wrapper is black. Oh, she must be talking to Lori. I have a crayon that says Gel FX. What's what? It's a gel crayon. Oh, that's what you've never seen on a crayon. It's a gel. I don't know what FX stands for, but I just call them gel crayons. Aren't these stamps cute? They're Stampaholics. I keep calling them Stampendous. They're Stampaholics. Tim Holtz stuff. I say Tim Holtz. These may not be Tim Holtz. They're Stampaholics. But I think isn't Tim Holtz Stampaholics? I think so. Raining Cats and Dogs on Mary Zine. Hi, Aunt Beck. Aunt Beck, how you doing, lady? Are you tired? I know you've had a big week this week. Mowing lawns and breaking down storm windows. Taking down storm windows. Ah, that iced tea tastes good. Janet says, oh, you're welcome, YW. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I got it, Janet. Thanks. Aunt Beck, would you like the video link to that challenge? We're talking about a challenge. Love the cats. Go get 'em, Lori. Make a mess, Holly says. Hi, Cindy. Welcome, Cindy. Cindy, are you our person from Singapore, or is that another Cindy? There's a Cindy Bell, and you're Cindy Bushell. Are you from Singapore? Or are you from another country? I get you all mixed up till I get you straight. I have to ask several times. Marge is here. Hi, Marge. Welcome, Marge. Yeah, we're glad Aunt Becca's home. Says we are both exhausted and feeling beat up. Scott is in for a good soak, and then after the hot water recovers, I will take my turn. Yes. Yes, Aunt Beck, that sounds good. You guys probably worked pretty hard. Becky, I was telling them, I don't know if you heard me say it, but they tore down our shed yesterday, and I was filming them, and it was hot yesterday. I'll tell you, I sure did admire those guys. They were working. And, you know, the guy, the construction guy that my brother contracted with, he's probably in his, I would say his late 30s, early 40s. He's not a young man, but the other guys that are with him are probably in their 20s, I would guess. And you know, they were workers. Every one of them worked. There was no loafing, you know, and I filmed it, and then I edited it. I'm still going to put it up, but I was telling them it got hot. And one of these guys got too hot, and he went over there. I was filming it, and I went over there, and he pulled his t-shirt off, and I'm going, whoa! I better edit that out. But, yeah, they knocked it all down yesterday. Well, my brother had cleaned out everything he wanted, and then yesterday morning he came, and he was pulling stuff that my brother left in there, you know, and I said, did you get the lawnmower out of there? He said he did, so otherwise he might have to go buy a new lawnmower. But they knocked it down with a bobcat. It wasn't a tiny bobcat. I would say it was probably a medium-sized. Boy, and that thing just went to work on it. It just went to work on it. I filmed it. I've got like a 7-minute video I'm going to put up, but I have to put up a voiceover because my brother and I were watching them. We were supervising the whole thing. I told my brother, I said, at first I don't think they realized that I was filming them. I was sitting there, I filmed them from inside the kitchen window, but I think they caught on. I said, they probably didn't sign up to be movie stars. So today I let them do their work. They came today and cleaned up all the mess and everything. So it's all, they have to level it out, but my brother's going to get a new garage, and I'm just so happy for him because it's going to match the siding on the house. So it'll be nice to see it there. And then the wind, we had some high winds last year, and it blew some of the trim, the siding trim off of the top of the house. You know, the house kind of goes up into a V shape, and it has trim going there, and it blew some of the trim off, and they're going to fix that for him. So, but they were workers, and it was hot out there yesterday, and it was hot this morning too, but they worked early in the morning, and then they knocked off on Friday afternoon. They were gone. They were ready for their weekend. Let's see. Aunt Beck says, we're safe and we're back at the cottage. Well, I'm glad. I hope you stay there all weekend, Aunt Beck. Just stay. Stay. All right. I think I said hello to oh, Gail's in here. Hi, Gail. Whoops. I hate this. I hate that menu pop-up thing. I wish it would give me an okay on it. You know, do you want this menu? You hit okay. Hi, Gail. Welcome. Tina loves to craft. If you're still in here and listening, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Yeah, sometimes I get into the zone working and I don't. Susan Hill's in here. Hi, Susan. And Suzanne and Sharon Lombard, I think that's about where. Suzanne says, wow, Amazon has super large crayons, pure beeswax. Oh, wow, that's cool. Cheryl said, has brother come in the room yet and said what's cooking? Nope, we're back to that. Arlene is here. Hi, Arlene. Welcome, welcome. Janice says, Mary, check your email. Oh, good. Here, let me check my email. Hold it a second. This stamp is sticking to me. It's still a little warm in here. We're going to have to let that, he sets the air conditioner, so even at 74, it's hot. But it was way up, our room temperatures here were way up in the high 80s. And I think that's why you turned it on. All right, let's see what Jana sent me. I asked her for a verse. Let's check my email. Janet's Raining Cats and Dogs. Poet is Steve Turner. You'll want to credit him. Okay, let's see if I can do this split screen thing. Open and split screen. And then let's enlarge this. Come on. Oh, I turned it off. Let's go back here. But I want chat. There we go. They're saying hello to Arlene and Gail. Kathy's here. Okay, this is what Jan sent me. And you may want to leave the red pavement line out. Ooh, okay. It's raining cats and dogs. The sky is glowing dark. Instead of pitter-patter, it's splatter, yell, and bark. Oh, I love it. Bulldogs bounce on bonnets. English car roofs are bonnets. Alsatians. Alsatian, is that a dog? Al-S-A-T-I-O-N-S. Hanging trees. Poodles land on policemen and bring them to their knees. Tabby cats come squealing like rockets overhead. Siamese look worried at pavements turning red. Oh, we'll have to think of a different line there. It's raining cats and dogs, although it shouldn't oughta. Next time I pray for rain, I'll add that I mean water. I love it. Thank you, Jen. Very cool. Very cool. I love it. So let's stamp. Let's see. I think I can watch chat here too. I'm just saying hello to Arlene. So I'm going to just start. I didn't plan this out. I didn't know what I knew I was going to do a melted wax stamp. I mean, a zine with melted wax and stamps, but I didn't think about raining cats and dogs. I love it, how that happens. So we're just going to let it rain cats and dogs here. And I think you're really supposed to put ink on your pad the other way, put the stamp down and tap it with your, but I'm doing it this way tonight. And we'll put this, I think I'm going to put it across kind of. So do you guys have plans for the weekend? I don't. I want to get out to my corner flower plot. I was out there a little this evening before the, well, around 4:30 or 5, and I watered, because we can only water on odd numbered days, and I watered them extra good, and I took the hoe and hoed between them. But I left one section unhoed because that's where I planted marigolds, and something's coming up and I don't know if it's grass or marigold. So I'm going to let them I'm going to let it grow a little because I can always pull it out. But tomorrow I want to get out there and transplant some of those zinnias if I can, because I had plenty of seed and I planted them real thick. And they're coming up thick. What are you guys saying out there? Beck says, sewing on the baby quilt here, and Scott is working on weed eaters and a chainsaw. I wish my brother would get a weed eater. I'm too chicken to run that lawnmower too close to the curb, because the curve is kind of a steep curve. And I don't have the strength to keep that lawnmower from running off of the curve. And he does. You know, and weed eaters are not that expensive. Why don't we just buy a weed eater? I don't like them. I said, well, you can get a gas-powered one. I don't like the gas-powered ones. Well, then you mow along the curb, and I'll mow the rest. I think he'd rather do that. That kind of blurred a little, but I like it anyway. Lisa said, I'm going to finish the avocado dyeing that I've been working on. That's a great idea. I was thinking, it can't stay in the 90s forever, but now would be a good time to, now would be a good time to make that walnut ink. But you have to open the door. You have to open the door because it can get stinky. So now we have the air conditioning on. My brother will probably be shutting the door. And I'm, all right, well, then you can put up with the stink. I cussed him out. I get to the point where I cuss him out. Probably too much more than I should. But those guys came, and he ran out the side door and left it wide open. Left it wide open. And he left it wide open for a good hour and a half. And I got mad at him. He said, I thought you opened it. I said, no, you did that. Well, I saw it open, but I left it there because I thought you wanted it open. I'm sitting there, no. I was cussing him out. I cuss him out maybe more than I should, but sometimes I tell you, I think guys need to be cussed out a little. I don't think they get it unless you cuss at them. My brother's a pretty good guy, though. He's a pretty good guy. I love my brother. I mean, you know, I love him as a brother. He's given me a home, that's for sure. Let's see. We want, maybe I'll do this one down. No, I got that one. Let's see, what one do I want to put there? I only have 2 dogs on there. No, I have that one. I'll put that bulldog on there. Yeah, I keep putting my hands in the ink. Now, you know, I've been doing these zines with that label maker, but I don't think I'll do that tonight because it takes a long time for me to type that out on there. I think I'll just write it on strips of paper. We'll see how that goes tonight. Practice my handwriting. Paint Girly, I just put out a video, Lisa said. I did that and it turned out great. You will love the way it looks. Talking about avocado dyeing. Oh, Kathy says it would have been her brother's birthday today. Happy birthday to your brother. He's celebrating wherever he is, Kathy. Yeah, Kathy said yes, Mary. What else is going on here? Brother and sister fights. We don't really fight. My younger brother and I could fight. My younger brother is smart, too smart for his pants. My older brother is more of a laid-back soul. Too laid back almost. Almost too laid back. I have to get after him a lot. But my older brother is pretty accepting, almost too accepting of things and people, and just a laid back guy. Just think of a fisherman, you know, he just wants to go fishing all the time. That's his fun, and I feel so sorry for him. We went the other morning. He didn't catch much. He only caught 2 fish. And I felt so sorry because the lake where he likes to fish, well, he calls it the shallows, had a lot of moss in it. And he could fish off the dock, and he did, but I don't think he had as much fun. He was disappointed that there was so much moss. Now I need a couple more dogs. Let's do this one. Let's do this one, maybe falling with his tail that way. Put that cat maybe this way, that dog in here. We need another little dog. This goofy one, this goofy one, this one. Let's change that there. Put him like falling upside down. Yeah. Oh, I keep putting my hands in the ink. I should do this the other way, but you should put them on blocks. I don't. For one thing, I'm just not that much of a stamper as far as making cards and stuff like that. I just play with them. What else is going on here? Oh, hi Colleen. Colleen's here. Scrap Chicka's in the house. Get a Skype. Oh, are you talking to me, Janice? With the the weeds and the flowers? She says, let's see, Arlene says, Mary, when is his birthday? My brother's birthday is September 5th. He'll get mad at me if he knows I told you now. He's a good guy. I'm so glad he's doing that garage. You know, he's saved his money for years to do that. He saved his money. He didn't want to take out a loan or anything like that, so he's been saving his money to build that garage built. And when I saw how much work those men had to go to, I knew my brother could. I mean, it was a lot of work for him just to clean out the mess. And when I saw what all the work those guys did to tear it down, I'm going, that was really too much for my brother to do that. So I'm glad he's getting it done. That's something that, you know, I told him, I said, you should take some of your money that you've been saving and do something for you. You know, he's always giving money to his son and his little granddaughter. I don't resent that, because that's what grandpas do. But on the other hand, he deserves something. So I'm glad he's doing that. But I do cuss him out a lot. I'm his sister. I tell him that. I said, you know, I'm not doing this to be crabby. I'm doing it because I love you, and I don't want you to You know, especially if it involves something when he's out in public or something. I said, I don't want you to make a fool of yourself. I'm not doing it just to be mean. There we go. We got all the dogs and cats stamped. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's go way down here. If I miss saying hello to anybody, like Peggy. Hi, Peggy. Welcome, welcome, Peggy. You love the cats and dogs, Hallie K says. Hi, Hallie K. Holly says, hi, Peggy. Colleen says, hi, Lisa and Holly. Hi, 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 hi. Peggy says, Arlene, popping in before bed to let you know I sent you a Facebook message today. Hope you got it. All right, Arlene. We've got a message waiting for you. Lisa says, so sorry for your loss, Kathy and Arlene. I'm so grateful to still have my brother. Me too, Lisa. Me too. Yesterday, Arlene says, yesterday would have been my little brother's 49th birthday. It's hard to believe that he's been gone 24 years. Yeah, it's hard to lose family. Boy, I know. My sister passed away in 2007. And so that would have been, what, 13 years? My mom was already gone. My dad was already gone. All right, so let's fold this. Let's see. What am I going to do with these stamps? I think, can I put them back in the barrel here? Do you guys have patience to watch with me trying to figure out where these go? This is like the puzzle, you know, the kids' puzzle. This one goes here. This is a tall one with a tail. Wait a minute. Here? Here? No. Here. This one goes here. He has to go in there. Oh, it isn't taking too long. Just a couple more here. There we go. That was well worth it. This came in the angel bag, and I just get the random ones. I don't ask for stamping or paper craft or anything like that. I like to be surprised, and I really like what I get. I think this month, though, has been exceptional because I got these stamps and I got this dragonfly stamp, and I got some other things too, but I can't remember right offhand. I got enough. I was happy with what I got. Well worth, you know, when you buy these stamps, they'll cost you all the way from 18 to what, 20 some dollars if you buy these retail. So well worth it. And I never clean my stamps afterwards. Yeah, Mary's not a stamp cleaner. I think whoever, oh, I think I tore this. Well, oh well, it'll go in here. It'll go like that. I need to put my stapler away. All right, so let's fold. And bless Rhonda's heart. Bless Rhonda's heart. She sent me this that I truly appreciate. Scoreboard. Bless her heart. Every time I use it, I think of Rhonda. And again, this is cardstock, so it's a little bit thicker paper. It's a little bit thicker paper. So it will not have, now I think I'll just, it will not have really neat crisp folds. It will be a little harder to fold because of the thickness. But I know that, and I expect it, so I'm okay with it. And I could color around the edges here and in there, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I want to move on. I want to move on, Mary. Move on, Mary. All right. So, of course, they fold the other way. And this folds up. And this folds up this way. And I checked that library where I get photocopies made is still closed. Isn't that something? This folds up. This folds down there like that. Like that. I get a little waxy on that. I'm going to put that away. Put it away before I lose it. Alright, so now we're going to cut right from here to here. And the scissors came from Sue's. Thank you, Sue's. And I like to cut on this side because I can see where I can cut better. Where I should cut, I can see the crease line better. There we go. And back, and back. And yes, see this crayon is kind of what is cracking there. So if somebody asks if the crayon would crack, and it is, but I really don't mind that. Does not make a big difference to me. Find out which side works the best for me. I think this one does. Oh, I love it. So what I'm going to do, is turn around here and get my ink pen. Yeah. Put that scoreboard back. Get out my ink pen. I might have taken it out of here. And that's my arch ink pen. This one will work. And I don't want, I just want a piece of copy paper. I don't want cardstock. So let me reach up here and get a piece of copy paper. And I think I'll cut it before I write on it. I think I'll trim it here. Yeah, let's see what we're saying here. Come on. Thank you, Allie K. Lisa had to leave. Good night, Lisa. Bye, Cindy. Good night, Cindy. Oh, is Lisa leaving? Will be a little catawampus. Yeah. Oh, catawampus. Oh, that's funny. It's just a little cat, a wampus. I really like it though. It's worse on the back right here. But I'm going to leave it. I could come in, maybe I will later come in and color it or something. But I don't want to mess with it tonight. I want to, let's see, I need 8 lines. So, let's see. It's raining cats and dogs is 1. The sky is turning dark is 2. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yell and bark. Okay, that's 4. We could leave out the ones with, let's see. Siamese look worried. Oh. All pavements turning red. Instead of pavements turning red, let's see. Let's see. Tabby cats come squealing like rockets overhead. We could leave that one out too. Let's see. Poodles land on policemen and bring them to their knees. Tabby cats come squealing. What rhymes with knees? So there's something. Next time I pray for rain, I'll mean that I add water. It's raining cats and dogs, although it shouldn't oughta. Next time I pray for rain, I'll add that I mean water. Okay, that works. It's raining cats and dogs, the sky is growing dark. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yell and bark. It's raining cats and dogs, although it shouldn't oughta. Next time I pray for rain, I'll add that I mean water. And then I will credit the author, who was Steve Turner. I'm going to print that out on maybe ½ inch. Maybe not, maybe 3/8 of an inch. 3/8 of an inch. Let's do it this way, Mary. So I need 8. I still have a scrap from the last time that I used this. I should get me some more titanium blades. I like these blades a lot. These titanium ones, they work really good. I'm not getting it in there. Come on, Mary. There we go. Is that too thick? I think that's a little thick. Let's go with a 1/4 inch. A 1/4 and maybe is that 2 1/2, 2 3/4, so maybe 2 1/4, and I need 8. I need 8 of them at 2 1/4. Or around that, it doesn't have to be exact. 1, 2, 3, 4. It worked out good. 5. And let's see if I can cut this one down. That just need to cut it a 1/4, don't I? Yeah. I don't like fooling with it. Let's cut this. It's easier. Yeah, 2 1/4. Thank you, Janice, for getting that verse for me. I appreciate that. I should say Jan instead of Janice, because Janice, I-C-E, when you say it, sounds a lot like Janet, J-A-N-E-T. Of course, I'll thank both of them, but, oops. Alrighty. It was Jan who got it for me. She's good at getting those. Alright. Oh, is that the... No, that's... Okay. So, let's go up to the top one. It's raining cats and dogs. And I'm just going to kind of print it. I-T-S. Raining. Cats. And dogs. Deal with it later. Snooze an email to hide it under a specific time in the future. Go away. The sky is turning dark. What did I do here? Where's my button? I hate when it does this. I can't find anything. Got out of my email. Being stubborn on me. Jenny Bailey's Workshop and Verizon. The sky is growing dark. I'm going to write that again. Smaller. The sky is growing. Gosh, I can hardly get it all on there. Dark. It'll be handwritten. It's just for me. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yell and bark. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yell and bark. It's splatter. I got splatter all right. Splatter, yowl and bark. Yowl and bark. Ah, come on. Wax paper sticking to my hand. All right. I'm almost there. And then I'm going to go down to the end. It's raining cats and dogs. It's raining cats and dogs. Oh, come on. Although it shouldn't, oughta. Mary. Hi, Tanya. I'm making zines tonight. I got 3 of them I want to get done tonight. Although it shouldn't. going to have to put Otta down here. O-U-G-H-T-A. Kind of squeezing it on. Next time I pray for rain. When I pray for rain, I hope we don't get a tornado. I'll add that I mean water. I'll add that I mean water. There we go. Now I'm going to put these on with a glue stick. Hey Josie. Josie, I still have your little piece here. I know I have this. I haven't done any mailing, guys. I've just been really... Josie won this. Was it last Friday night that I did this? I can't remember when I gave that away, but I know it goes to you, and I have a zine to send you. It came back. It came back with the wrong address. That's why I asked for it again. All right. So I'm going to... Oh, I took my glue stick out in the... what did I do with those glue sticks? I put them away. I put those glue sticks that Joyce sent me away. What did I do with... Here we go. I'll get another one out. I took one fishing with me. It's still in the bag. Joyce and Holly keep me supplied with glue sticks. Okay. I'm going to go back over this with black around these. I think I need to put this up here. Yeah, I think I will. Let's see. I'm going to glue it, and then I'll throw this wax paper away. So it's raining cats and dogs. Oh, do I put it down here and still keep his tail? I think it goes better up here, though. It's raining cats and dogs. And you flip it. The sky is growing dark. That can go in here. I like doing these zines, Tanya. These are just fun. Look, I'm still doing poppies there. When I went to get my chat again, it went off into its own little world. The sky is growing dark. Instead of pitter patter, I guess that has to go up here too. Instead of pitter patter, I'll put that right there. Should go in there, but we're going to put it where I put it. And then this, instead of pitter patter, it's yellow, splatter yellow and bark. Where am I going to put that? I think right down here. I think that's the best place for it. Now on the poppies, I'm not going to put a verse on the poppy one, the poppy zine. It's raining cats and dogs. I'm going to put that in there. Oh, I could put it this way. No, I don't like it there. It's raining cats and dogs. Although it shouldn't oughta. I guess that'll go right in here. Next time I pray for rain. No, I'm just going to put it where it makes sense to me to put it. I'll add that I mean water. Where am I going to put this one? I'd like to put it there. It works best in here, though, I think. Well, I could put it here. No, I think it works best right there. All right, now I'm going to put verse by Steve Turner. And then I'm going to sign my name here. Maybe I'll sign my name on the front. And this is 6/5/20. All right, not quite done. I have one more thing I want to do to it. And that's, I throw all those pens and pencils now in these little baskets, but now I have to go get them. I want to edge the writing the verses with black. And this is just a pen plus gear pen. It's raining cats and dogs. The sky is growing dark. The verse might have said, yeah, no, it's growing dark. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yell, and bark. I love it. I'm going to have to get all my zines out and make me a little holder for them. But I have quite a few. And I'm going to be getting more because I'm going to be doing them all year. Although it shouldn't oughta. Next time I pray for rain. Oh, my pen is getting waxy. Next time I pray for rain. This side must be a little waxy. And then this has white there, but I'm going to leave it. I'll add that I mean water. Alright, so let's go fold the poppy one and see how that looks. I'm pretty sure that poppy one will crack, but that's okay. Let's get this off. Here's the poppy one. How fun was that to do? How fun was that to do? But I'm just gonna fold it here without getting out the, because I noticed my bone folder was getting waxy. I don't want that to happen. We'll just fold it here. But I won't guarantee that it'll be folded the best. Just do the best you can when you fold these. But this will be pretty thick. This will be pretty thick. Wax papers floating all around my desk. And let's see how bad the wax smelled. well, yeah, it cracks. It'll crack in there. So, if you guys can see it or not here. See the crack in there. Tanya says, Mary, fold it the other way with the poppies on the outside. Okay. It'll still crack. I folded it that way because it goes over the wax. This way the handle doesn't go over the wax. That's why I did it that way. But I'll remember that when I do other pieces. I probably do fold it on the wrong side. Because I always do things wrong first. That's how you learn. You do it wrong. Yeah. But I really don't mind it cracking on the folds. That's one of the things that Daryl said. They were talking about doing things wrong, getting things wrong, and he said, don't be afraid to make mistakes. I'm participating in that 30-day. That always gets me too, Tanya says. That 30-day challenge for YouTubers who create channels. Oh, there are so many that are ahead of me. There are so many in making. Some of them have, it gets to me. I only got 500,000 views. I'm going, shut up. Quit complaining. I don't know what's going wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm down to 1 million subscribers. I'm going, shut the door, shut up. And then others, not everybody's like that though. I mean, you know, others out there are, I mean, they're all out there wanting to improve their channels. And he gives some good tips. I wish he'd talk more about live streaming though. We're halfway through it, and he hasn't talked about live streaming, and that's all I do these days. Every now and then I'll put up a standalone video. Now I'm not going to put verses on these. I'm not putting verses on that one. Oh, this one folded pretty nice. It's still got that little crease there, but it's the yellow from the, and I don't want to. This was my splatter poppy. And I don't want to ruin my wax too much here. Yeah, I'm going to fold it in there. How fun. I'm not putting verses on this. Now, I want to do one more zine tonight. But I'm going to take this wax paper off because it's driving me crazy. And I'm going to save this for my calendar page. I'm going to glue it onto it. I could glue it onto today's, couldn't I? Let's just tear it. Because I'll just glue it on as a base. Because I want to throw the rest of this away. Now, I don't know how much that'll save. Now, I'll save that. I'm going to throw the rest of it away. Now, I have another zine I want to make tonight, but I don't need this. I need to put down a clean desktop I need to put down a clean desktop. Where's my calendar? What did I do with my calendar? Let's put this away. We'll need this as a base. What did I do with that silly calendar? Yeah. Where did I put it? On the floor? Yes. On the floor. On the floor. I have a star. What is that? A little star charm. Okay, today is... Whoops. There goes my inks. Now I'm 6 feet away from my desk again. Let me scooch up. I'm just going to glue that wax paper down as a base. Today is June the 5th. In fair weather, prepare for foul. Let's just, which side is the waxy? I think this is the waxy. Let's tear it here. That fits. Let's see if this will hold it. It looks like an orange bra. Oh, dearie me. We have to change that. We have to change that. How about some Crayon papers? I don't know. I think it was that guy taking his t-shirt off the other day. Just did something to Mary's mind. I'm not like this all the time. There. Jumbo crayons. I'll put that there. You guys didn't hear that, did you? It does. It looks like an orange bra. I'm sorry. That's what it reminded me of. I'm going to put some clothes on it. It needs something else besides crayon wrappers. What do I have? Oh, I found some of those little mini clothespins at the Dollar Tree. Here, and when the library opens up again, I think I'm going to go, copy this. Send it some out as Happy Mail. That clothesline zine one, I really love it. All right, maybe this Keep Calm and Brew Tree might be the thing, but I don't know how I want to put it on there because I want it this way. Keep calm and brew tea. I don't want to cover everything up. That's for another day. I should be doing iCads. Today's the 5th and I've only got 2 done. Now let's see what I have in here. What do I have? I have a button. Now we could put that wax paper on those buttons. I like that gold one. We'll give it a button. And then we'll call it quits. I don't usually do my calendars at night. I usually do them first thing in the morning. My morning crew gets me going. And we're going to finish up Cheryl's yin yang, and we're going to start a new This was done with Crayola. These carnations were done with Crayola. And the background of this one was done with Crayola. But that's as far as I got with my index cards. I'm not going to do those tonight. Alright, I want the tacky glue. I bought me some more tacky glue. They had it at Walmart. Bless their hearts. Somebody sent me this glittery round charm thing. It's not a button. We're just going to leave it just like that. And let's put these in here just to sort of stabilize them and don't get it off. Okay, we're going to do another Teabag Zine. But you all know Meri. You all know Meri still has the tea in the bags. So we're going to empty these out. And I'm going to try to do it a different way here. I mean, not the tea. I'll empty out the tea bags the same as I always do. And I think I'll only need 8. And this, of course, these are iced tea bags. I drink a lot of. In fact, I think I'll take a sip. And then when I make another, I make it in the, you know, the quart pitcher. And when I make another one, I usually put about 3 of these bags in there. And then when I make another one, I set these on these, between these paper plates. And so I get a tea-stained plate. But I'm not quite ready to use that till I get all these cleaned out. And let's just, I'm going to snip these off anyway. I might use them in my zine, the little things, but I don't want them on my bags while so I'm going to snip them off, the little tags. And they're dry. They've been dry the bags have been dry for a long time. I just collect them. Yeah. I see you guys chatting. I'm going to come and talk to you in a minute. I want to get to see how many do I have. Well, while I have them out, why don't I just do them all? And then I won't have to deal with the mess again. You guys can just suffer through it. I should do all this prep work ahead of time, but then you guys don't see. Now these are little celestial seasoning bags. Some of these are not iced tea bags. I generally don't save the celestial seasoning ones. I get tired of saving so many. And these iced tea bag ones are, well, this is a smaller one. I think that's Lipton. But the iced tea bag ones have enough area to work on. Well, I didn't cut it off. I'm going to put it there. Put these over here. So I watered my plants tonight, and I bought 2 more rosemary plants. I went to town this past week. Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday that I went to town. This one's already split. This is a Lipton one. I went to town and I bought, I can't find in our area, they don't have a lot of marigolds. Usually they're selling these little 6-packs for $1.88 at Walmart. There's no marigolds and there's no impatiens. And you know, those make such great border plants. Well, I planted some marigolds from last year, and something's coming up, but I don't know if it's grass or marigold, so I'm going to let it grow. When it gets tall enough, it'll tell me. It'll tell me in the end. If it grows into blades, it's grass. If it has blooms, it's marigold. But I got a daisy, and then, oh, they had these petunia plants at Walmart on sale. You know, I always check out the sale plants. This one's really smashed. And they don't water them good. So, you know, they're in planters. And all they needed to do, they did not take good care of them. So they usually their planters cost $11 or $12. And these were only $5. They were in the sale section, and they looked pitiful. But by the time you pinch them back, that's all they needed. They just needed water, and they needed to be pinched back, and they take off once you give them a little care. So, and my brother put up, when he cleaned out the shed, he found these shepherd's hooks that were stronger than the one I got at Joann's. But they're not strong enough to hold the big planters that I got earlier. So I got those little petunia planters, and I'm going to put them on those shepherd hooks. I haven't done it yet because I need to take the sale price off. I don't want to hang up the planters with the mini pearl sale price hanging off of them. Tag. Alrighty. Whoops, this one needs to be trimmed. See, now I got me a nice dirty paper plate. Alright, now we're just going to start taking out the tea. But before I do that, and I figured out how to get rid of this. So let's hit that X. And we don't need that anymore. Let's go look at chat. I've been busy. Hi, Cindy Rain Girl. You love a tea mess. Hi, Lala Gamma. Marigolds have seeds in the flower heads. If you pull the flower petals out, the seeds are underneath. Yeah, I do that. I did that, and I planted a whole bunch of them. But they're coming up. If they're coming up, they look like little grass petals. And grass. And I can't figure out if it's the grass coming up or if it's the marigold, if it's baby marigold. So I'm just going to let them grow, and if it's grass, I'll just hoe it up, because it's in my flower pot. I mean, my flower plot. P-L-O-T. And then I got some zinnias that I need to thin out that I'm going to try to transplant. What did I do here? I pushed all that tea off to the side. I didn't mean to do that. Let's pull it that way. Get them off to the side here. And Mina says, save that tea for your roses and your plants. I was doing this the other morning, and I'm just going to snip. I'm going to snip off the ends here. We'll save them. I just about went in and told Barb Owen off today, because I'm going to say, you got Becky throwing away perfectly good strips of scrap fabric. And I thought, no, I better leave her alone. So I didn't. And I was teasing Becky the other day that I was teasing Barb Owen because she threw away paint before cutting it down and getting out everything off the bottom. And she said it was all yucky in there, so she threw it away. And I said, don't throw that away. And then we made a big deal out of it. And I was watching Becky cut her quilt squares the other night, and she trimmed off the ends, and she started throwing those away. I'm going, you've been watching too much Barb Owen lately. So Becky, bless her heart, put them all in a baggie. Oh dear. You used it to dry mine out, and then the next year put them in little egg, paper egg carton butt. That's what I need to do. That's exactly what I need to do. I let them all, you know, I could probably, because I've got oodles of them, I could probably even take what I have left and put them in egg cartons and let them grow. They would probably, I mean, because it's getting kind of late now. But do you think I could save them for next year? Do you think, Lala, that my marigolds would last longer? The seeds, the blue, of course I'll have oodles this year too. I'll have oodles of them this year too. Now, they are coming up in the plot underneath of our window. And what makes me think that they look like little grass seeds coming up too, little grass petals. They come up and then they kind of come up and go like that, you know, and they look like little teeny grass petals, leaves. And I'm going, well, I threw oodles and oodles of marigold in that spot underneath of our window, and it's really coming up there. So if they're not marigolds, I don't know, I guess it got grassy in there or something. I'm going to cut it here. I'm going to put these strips over here. Now, realistically, I only need 8 of these to make a zine, or a little bit more than 8. But I'm going to open them all. Let's just get the mess over with. Let's get the mess over with. You guys like watching Mary get messy anyway, huh? Arlene says, I save my seeds, but I'm too lazy to start and transplant. I just wait and plant the seeds in the ground. Well, that's what I did that's what I did in both places, Arlene. I threw them in the ground. Now, the zinnias, I do that with zinnias too. The zinnias are coming up beautiful, but I know what a little baby zinnia looks like because it's very distinctive. I mean, it's got little round leaves. Well, rounder. It doesn't look like grass coming up. And that's what I'm going to transplant because I planted them pretty thick. And then I'll thin them out, but as I thin them out, I'm not just going to pull them out of the ground. I'm going to take my spade and dig under. And I want to get out tomorrow and do some of that before they get too big to transplant. And I just might move them to the spot where I think the marigolds might be. And if it's grass, I'll weed it out. Because see, this spot underneath that walnut tree is where, out there at the corner, is where I have my flowers now. And not everything grows underneath of a walnut tree, but zinnias will, the hostas are doing fine, hollyhocks will, marigolds will if I plant them out toward the edge, and they're doing fine. But those marigolds that I planted out on the edge I bought them in trays. Had to pay more for them this year. Had to pay more for plants this year. I was kind of disappointed. I like the $1.88 ones. But I'll usually wait till after the 4th of July and I'll go back and see what's left. And I'll buy whatever's left. They usually have a lot of sales after the 4th of July because those plants, if you don't take care of them, they don't last forever. But I was thinking too that I've got 2 packets of wildflower seeds that I just bought just on a whim, and I haven't planted those. And I thought I'd throw those out there and see what comes up. I got my lavender. I bought a bigger lavender plant. I got that planted. I have trouble getting lavender to grow. But I'm thinking that if I got that bigger plant, but I got to get out there. It's been hot the last couple days, and I haven't watered it. And I need to get out there and just give it a little drink, because the ground is probably dry as a brick. And I know it doesn't need a lot of water, but still, it needs some water. I cut this one off at the wrong end. Oh well. Oh well. But we can only water on odd days. Our house is an odd number, so we can only water on odd days. And they made it pretty clear, if you break the rules, they'll give you a warning once, but you can be fined for... I'm going... All right, all right. I won't water my poor plants except for on odd days. Look at this mound of tea. Hi, kangaroo. Did I say hello to you, Beth? I'm having a tea party. Oh, speaking of tea party, if you, for those of you who can see it, if you go to the community tab, you will see my latest link is to Deliberately Creative. And she did a live stream, was it last night or the night before? I can't remember. It might have been the night before. But she's into doodling, and she did these doodles of teacups and teacups, I think it was, and coffee cups, that type of thing, coffee and tea cups. And she has a template that you can use. Lala, if Lala Gamma, yeah, Lala, you were there. Oh, she said earlier, but I wasn't paying attention. She's emptying tea bags to use. I'm going to make a zine with using tea bags. I'm going to make me a zine, I think. But I just had these sitting here and they need to be cleaned out. I have some more too. I've been saving them. Not all of these are iced tea bags, but I drink tea all year. I drink tea all year. I drink more hot tea in the winter than iced tea, but I do drink iced tea. So we don't have a shed out back anymore. It's nothing but bare ground out there. They pretty well cleaned it up today. It's not level yet. He'll have to level it off before he puts the concrete flooring on it. And then I suppose it'll have to sit for a couple weeks to cure that concrete before they start building on it. I'll bet you. I would think. I'm no builder, but it only makes sense. Have to set for some time. You know, they don't work on it if it rains or storms. Beth, you got Lizzie Brewer back and doing Zentangles. I was going to do Zentangle for my jam journal in June, but I decided that I was not going to do the jam journals anymore. I enjoy making them and I enjoy giving them away, but I still have 2 to mail out, and I'm just too busy doing all this other stuff. I don't get to them, so I just decided to quit doing them. And I've been making a journal, working in, you know, binding those journals with those doilies and everything. Well, now I'm working in that ledger book, so I kind of slowed down on doing that. But, you know, as long as you're journaling, it really doesn't matter what you're doing it in. I've gotten into doing these little sketchy thumbnails. I enjoy doing those. Little daily sketches, and I'm doing those pet portraits. So I'm just I kind of go where my inspiration leads me. I kind of go where my inspiration leads me. And I got off into doing those pets because I wanted to do a sketch a day. And I started sketching those dogs out of those dog books, and then we got off on doing pet portraits, and which I thoroughly enjoy doing. We're going to finish up Cheryl's kitty probably Sunday night. I really like to work on the pet portraits in the morning, but I want to finish Cheryl's kitty. And then Rhonda and Lori Loves Montana, I'd like to do one of theirs next because they've been patiently waiting. And I've got one for Susan Hennessy, who I owe one of those gem journals. She's one I haven't mailed to yet. So I'm going to send it to her with the pet portrait, I think. And I've got stamps to mail out. I just go where my muse takes me, I guess. Sometimes she leads me astray. We'll blame my muse. She's a pretty addle-brained person sometimes, not a person of use. Is a muse a person? I don't think so. These are smaller. I'm going to put them in a pile. Starting the jams was a good thing, and I'm glad Mary introduced us to the concept. Using the prompts helped keep me out of a rut. Well, now you got all the iCads. There's prompts with iCads, and where else did I see prompts? Oh, and another place to get good prompts is Sea Lemon. Sea Lemon is always doing prompts on something, and I'll bet you if you looked through her stuff, you could find a lot of prompts if you look through her. I don't know if she's got a web page or not, but I was watching her. Was it this week she did this journal? She does a lot of bookbinding, and she made this little journal. It was so cute. She painted little leopards on it. And she just did fun little, she reminded me a lot, the leopards reminded me a lot of what you do, Beth. You should paint, I still think Beth should take her little animals that she paints and make postcards, make a whole set of postcards, because they just, they have Beth written on them. They have a charm to them. You know, your art does not have to be realistic all the time to be considered good art or art that other people enjoy. You do, and that's what Beth, when she sits down to draw, she says, I draw what I see, I draw she draws at her level, and she does her own thing, and it shows. She doesn't try to be somebody else. She doesn't try to be somebody else, and her animals, they come out so cute. And I think they'd make a wonderful, wonderful set of postcards if she should do that. Copy them, print them off. Oh, there you are, Beth. Talking about you. But when I was watching Sea Lemon today, that's how I got onto you, Beth. When I was watching Sea Lemon bind that journal, and she made those, when she drew her leopards, she painted a stroke that went like that. And she was showing the leopard how she says, its butt goes up in the air. And so one end of the stroke was the butt of the leopard, and it was stretching, and it came down like that. And that was the paws coming down like that. And then she gave it a head and feet. And it really turned out cute. I like to, and I'm not much into animal prints and stuff like that for, you know, but, I mean, for fabrics and And that is really not my thing, but I like that. And she did a whole page of it, and she says, I think I'll probably take a photograph of it, so if I want to use it for something else, scan it or whatever she does. She does a lot of really, really cool. But you know what she does not do? Now, I know she has, I think every now and then she'll have a live stream. But sometimes when you're a professional artist, like, well, I don't know if C. Lehman considers herself a professional one, but more professional than me. You know, it isn't like she sits down and talks and just chatters away like I do. She's more instructional. And I noticed that about Deliberately Creative too. I mean, now Deliberately Creative, when she was doing her doodles and coloring those teapots, which was really cute, and she talked to her people that came in, and she answered their questions. See, I asked 2 or 3 questions, and she always answered me. I was curious about, she was using something she called eco pens, and I wanted to know, they were permanent, I knew that, she had said that, but I wanted to know if they had a felt tip. And they were real fine point. And she says, no, it's a roller ball. And I'm going, wow, that's cool, because it made a nice smooth mark, and it was an eco pen, and I really liked what she was doing with them. And I'm going, I'm always smashing my felt tips. I don't like a fine tip felt tip. I don't mind a marker that's a medium point felt tip, but those fine points like the zig pins and that, I'm always smashing those. I'm always smashing those tips. And you know, those things can get expensive, so I quit buying them. Let's see if I can just break this open here. I don't mind these Pen Plus gears. Now they started making a really, really fine point felt tip, but they're not expensive. You get 2 of them for 88 cents, and if I smash the tip, what I like about those Pen Plus gears, I can write over wax with them. I can write over paint with them if it's fairly dry. You can't write over wet paint with hardly anything except for a fine liner, but I like those Pen Plus gears pretty good. And they make a fine point, but they're felt tip. And I'm always smashing in the fine point felt tips. I'm just about done here, just got a few left, and then we'll move on. Create the zine. Boy, I got a pile of tea here, don't I? We'll save those little pieces that I cut off for my scrap collage page. And I was watching Tanya work in her little journal last Sunday, and she had gold paint on her tea bag. I'm going, oh, it's wonderful, it's beautiful. And I did that in my little Tanya journal. But I'm not going to do, well, I might put some gold paint on this, but I got something else in mind. Gold paint may show up, but it won't be the focus. In fact, I don't even know what the focus is going to be. It might be the focus. Well, when I put gold paint on those that I put in Tanya's journal, by the time I got done, it almost looked like gilding, because the paper was so thin, this tissue paper so thin, and the gold paint, I'll just show that to you. It almost looks like it's gilded on there. And I really did like that. Here. See, it almost looks like a gilding. Let me pick this up. It almost looks like a gilding. And especially on, which page? Here. It almost looks like it's been gilded on there. And I'll bet you if you tear this into little tiny strips, it would look like gilding. Because it's really thin. The tea bag is thin. And then that paint just gives it a layer of metallic on it. Yeah, I'm having fun in Tanya's journal now. I wasn't working on it in the longest time because I couldn't find it. Now I found it and I keep it in a spot where I know where it's at. I need to do that with my beading tools. I put my beading, after I made those little bead dolls, I put everything, I know I put them away. And I know I put them in a box because I put all my spare beads and the wire that I had, I put it all in a box. And do you think, a little box, and I can't find it? I don't know what I did with it. It's just bugging me because I want to make those bead dolls. Boy, I'm getting a pile of it here, aren't I? I just got a few more. Let's see. They're little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little ones. 5, 6. I think this is the last iced tea bag. Yeah, I'm not tearing it straight there. Oh well. It doesn't have to be perfect. And Mary's never perfect at anything. This is kind of clumpy. Come out. We'll see. Must be a, looks like it's red tea. I buy that rubious tea. I'll bet this is a rubious bag. There we go. There we go. Get the little grains off of it. And this one's clumpy too. These has to be rubious ones. Or it could be raspberry. I see the red in it though. Red tinge. I bought some strawberry. It was a Surefine brand. It's a store brand. I've never heard of strawberry tea. It tasted like strawberry, but it tasted a little fake. It tasted like it had a fake flavor to it. I drank it. I still have it in bags. I don't know how much I'll drink of it. This is really, I don't know. I guess I'm getting it. It's kind of yucky. Kind of like dried mud. Ew! It's either the raspberry or the rubious. There we go. That's not too bad. Just a couple more and I'll be done with this and we can move on. Well, I'll probably dump these grounds out in the garden kangaroo. I'm not doing it for the grounds. I'm doing it for the tea bags. I want the tea bags for my art. The grounds are a byproduct. And they say that when you drink the tea, when you brew the tea, because I was reading about it, when you brew the tea, it's safe to use the grounds because any acid that's in it, if it's as far as acid goes, they were talking about acid comes out in the brewing. And so there's not much acidity left in the leaves, so you can throw them out on your plants in your garden if you want and use them in the compost pile. Well, we don't have a compost pile, a real one. We got some of last year's garden still piled up in a spot out there that I tried to clean up most of it, but my brother said, I'll just leave it there. I'll pile it in the back of my pickup and take it to the junkyard. So I did, and it's still sitting there. It's not a big pile, but it really needs to be cleaned out too. But we probably won't be doing anything until they get that garage built. It's going to be a nice looking garage once he gets it done. It's going to match the siding on the house. And I'm just happy for my brother that he's doing it, because you know, he needs to spend a little money on him. You know, he's always my brother is when somebody in our family needs help, he's there. He's been there for me, and he's there for his son, his granddaughter. Every time his granddaughter needs a school, you know, we go to the bingo games, we buy the pizza and popcorn and cookie dough, and she always gets a good Christmas and birthday from him. And his other grandkids do too. 2 of them graduated, 3 of them graduated this year, and he's there for them. You know, see, he's a pretty good grandpa as far as that goes. So I'm really glad that he's doing something for himself. And that shed needed to come down. The shed needed to come down. It was almost getting to the point that it needed to be condemned. The roof was falling in. And if that roof would have fallen in, it would have sent the wall going down too, and somebody could have gotten hurt. Those little boys across the street outside playing, who knows? One of them came up and knocked at the door one day and said he had a key in his hand. And he said he found it on the floor of our garage. And my brother, when I told my brother, he wanted to know what the kid wanted, and I told him, and I gave him my brother the key, and he said, what was he doing in my garage? I said, oh, he probably chased his kitty in there. Yeah. And I didn't care so much that the kid was in the garage, because we don't have anything in there that would be, you know, worth taking or anything. But that key, if that kid would have figured out that key went to our door, my brother put it out there because if he got locked out, he'd have a key. One day he came in and he said he couldn't find that key anymore, and we think the kid got it. One day that kid brought it over and gave it to us. Let's hope that his mommy and daddy didn't make a copy of it. But I think they're pretty honest people. I don't think they'd do that. You never know, though. We don't know those people too well to that side of us, except for that little boy is the one who wants to sell toilet paper when the toilet paper hoarding was going on. He's going all over the neighborhood with a wagon full of toilet paper rolls, wanting to know if anybody needed any. Oh dear, it was cute. It was cute, but I said no, we're good. And trying to make some money. All right, last one. These are pretty stuck in here. These are pretty stuck. These have to be rubeous tea bags. They could be like the, what? The chenille, the, oh, cameo, whatever. Could be that too. Something plant-based. It's plant-based, whatever. It's not a tea leaves like this other stuff is. I don't think I'm going to keep that one. I'll throw it away into my wastebasket. Now I have, oh, look, here's one. I'm going to throw that one away too. Let's dump out what tea I can get. Because it's all, yeah, let's dump out the tea. I guess I'm getting tired. Too tired to care. I think I got them all. I'll throw these away. I have a bag that I was using the other day. Oh, I think this is it. Because I triple bagged it in case it leaked out. Hold the phone here. I've got to move my paper towels. Oops. I think the ruler fell. Hold it. Now my chair is 6 feet away and the pillows are falling. I gotta get comfy again here. Alrighty. And I think down in here, and I'll take this. This is what I have from the other day in here. Down here in the bottom. And I'll take this and throw it out in the garden. I'll have to find out which are my tomato plants and which are not. We were buying tomato plants, and I buy my own. I pay for my own garden stuff, and I got two little plats of tomatoes, which were, you know, there were six in a little flat. And my brother looked at me and says, "You're going to have 12 tomato plants." And I'm sitting there going, well, they're cherry tomatoes, and you know, he takes them. I buy them, and he takes them and goes and plants them where he wants. And that's the last I see of them. And I'm going, what'd you do with my tomato plants? Yeah, he got after me because I had 6 tomato plants. I got a little star there. I think I'm going to take a towel here and kind of clean that off a little. It feels grungy. It feels grungy. It is grungy. And it probably doesn't get it super clean, but it cleans it a little. It feels cleaner. And then I got these tea bag things here. The ties. Let me clean these off. It just feels cleaner. Well, look, see, I got all those little grounds on there. Alrighty. So now, what I want to do, and this is where I'm going to kind of deviate. I'm going to put this down, but let's look at chat first. Tomato plants are big producers. I know. My dad grew tomatoes all the time. But they aren't big producers if you don't take care of them. And I don't get enough tomatoes out of my tomato plants. So I bought 12 of them. I didn't buy 12. He grumped enough that I put one of them back. Yeah. Arlene says, I need to see if any of my neighbors drink tea. I grow mine so I don't have the little bags. What do you grow for your tea, Arlene? I'm done with my iced tea. I'm going to start on my lemonade. Oops, I knocked something down. I think it was a tape I'll have to go to the bathroom after this, after this stream. I'm so thirsty though. All right. Lisa says, I bought a patio-sized tomato plants this year. They won't have to dig through all those huge vines. Yeah, see, I was thinking I'd put one in the, I got a big planter. In fact, if I can still find a tomato plant, they still had, when I went to Walmart last week, they still had basil and rosemary, and they still had a lot of stuff out there because, you know, I don't know. It's different this year. The people either haven't been buying as much or something's weird. I probably won't, but these big planters I have out front here would be nice to put tomato plants in. And these are, I wanted cherry tomatoes, and he says, those aren't cherry tomatoes. They're really the salad tomatoes. They're 1 inch wide. They're 1 inch. And he doesn't think 1 inch tomatoes are cherry tomatoes. They have to be small before he calls them cherries. He says, and I said, okay, they're salad tomatoes, but they're still good. Let's see. What is Josie saying? But of course, for art, the only reason I drink tea. Lisa said she bought patio-sized tomatoes. Allie K says, tomato plants are big producers. Sounds nice, Josie. Do you craft with them? I have a Japanese tea that has silk-like bags. Arlene says, rosemary. See, I got rosemary plants. Now, I don't know if they get big enough to make a lot of tea, but rosemary, I think that you can keep rosemary over the winter if you bring it inside. I think might try that. I bought 2 little rosemary plants. And I bought a daisy and those $5 planters of those petunias. That's what I bought when I went to Walmart. Because I couldn't find, I wanted some impatiens to border the sidewalk with. And I couldn't find impatiens. I can find all sorts of dianthus is really big this year. And I cannot find a lot of marigold. And usually that's all you see at these garden places is marigold and impatiens. You can find a lot of begonia. I don't know what happened to the marigold and impatiens this year. Rosemary does fine through the winter here outside, Lisa says. But you're down south. I don't know if rosemary would pop up here again. I could try it with one and bring one in. You like thyme? Painty Girl says she likes thyme. Lisa says, sorry, Kanga, I just saw you. Josie's talking about Japanese tea. Let's see, what else is going on? Janice says, how about a tea zine? Well, I'm going to do a Teabag Zine, but a Teabag Zine, yeah. We're not allowed to compost. You're not allowed to because you're in an apartment setting or duplex setting or whatever. But you have a blender. I grind stuff out. Yeah, you'd said that. I remember you saying that you blend your stuff together to make a compost. An old blender would work good. Beth says, Mary, don't spill that tea. Use a cardboard under that towel. Oops. Too late, Beth. Strawberry tea might make some cool tea-dyed paper. Oh, Lori, that's a great idea. Because this is a store brand tea. Surefine here is a kind of a store brand or a off brand. I mean, it's not like Lipton or Celestial Seasoning. It's a store brand tea. Off-label tea type thing. I might try that. That sounds great. I'll have to remember that. I hope she finds a piece of cardboard under there. She's probably holding her breath when I put that in the bag there. Does your room smell good? I guess. I'm probably so used to it I don't notice. My little tiny book, Lala says, is in a storage packed away for the move. Are you moving, Lala? Jana says it's done over old plaster statues where it's worn thin over time. It's laying thin sheets of gold. Oh, you're talking about gilding. Yeah, that gilding, you buy it in a package, and you know, I really do think that if you just paint gold over this and then just kind of rip it up into small pieces, you would have a very faux gild. But that's not what I'm going to do here. I'm going to start putting these like this, and you'll see, and if it still has some dark spots on it, so be it. Like that. I'm just going to kind of lay these out. I don't need everything. I don't need all of these. Some of these are the small ones. Let's turn it over because I think I have larger ones over here. Well, that looks small too. There's a larger one. What I want to do is I kind of want to overlap them, so I might need 5 of them. All right, we're going to start there. What I'm going to do I think I'll use some of this tape that Sue sent me. I'm going to tape them together. Yeah, it's got a string hanging. So have patience with me here. We're going to make a tea bag paper here. And I just have this bottom sheet here as a guide for, oh, and look, you have to be careful. You don't want to tear it. See, I tore it there. And let's see if I can get this off without... That's what I don't like about this tape. I don't know why they don't give us a little 1/16 of an inch grab on this tape. Alright, so I know I have a tear there, so I'm going to take this one, which is pretty solid here, and I'm going to put it over that tear like this. Like that. And there'll be you'll see a seam there. Oh, I didn't get the whole tear. So let's... I don't know if I even want to use this now. Let's try another. See, I'm just experimenting here. I'm just experimenting. I'll have to vacuum in here. I want a pretty... I want one that... Alright, let's try this again. I'm pretty rough on them. But I don't care. I want them to be kind of rough. And I might go back and use that torn one just because I said that. Maybe we'll put one underneath of it. We'll see. We'll see what I end up with here. Let's get this started. This is the hardest part of using this tape, is getting it started. And I got something on this. This one's got a thinner blade anyway, but it's yucky too. Hold it a minute, I'm going to get the wax off of this. I didn't melt it off. I'm going to scrape it off. I don't think that's wax. I think that's modeling paste, because it should scrape off better than that. I think I was wrestling with that the other day. Alright. I can get this. stick onto my finger. Now, I used tape there. What would happen if I use glue stick? Let's experiment. Let's experiment on this one with a glue stick. In fact, let's experiment over that tear. I don't like that tear. We're gonna take one of these that's torn in here, and the tear is here. So we're gonna put a piece over that with the glue stick. What did I do with my glue stick? It's here somewhere. I had it out tonight. I've got so much stuff over here. Alright, so we want a piece probably about like that. So let's fold it here and fold it there and snip it. And we're going to put that, my tear is right there. Right? Yeah. I tore that. I didn't mean to. Let's see what the glue stick does. I might be able to glue this instead of taping it. Now, of course, now this has 3. That has 3. I want to see how it... I think I like the glue stick. So let's go back to this one and see if I can glue stick something on here. Let's take another one here. Right in there. And it'll be it'll have seams. I'm gonna get the paper out from underneath of it while I'm doing that. Probably put some wax paper under it so I don't get glue all over my beautiful clean desk. I need to put some paper down. I have paper, I just haven't got to it yet. Truthfully, in the mornings when I'm done streaming, I leave the room. And sometimes my stuff sits here until the next morning. Now that's pretty sticky. That one's kind of torn too. I want to find one that's... I guess they're all kind of torn. Yeah, we'll put this one on. Now I can come back in if I want, I think, and glue these down. I don't know if I want to do too much of that. Alright, let's continue on. It's kind of stuck there. Let's get another one here. I kind of like them raggedy, like that. I think I'm going to have to do 5 or 6 of them though. Get tea on my glue stick. Let's see how far I go. Yeah, maybe one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be about what I was planning. That's about right. Doesn't have to be exact. Ooh. And I don't know if this is going to work. What I'm planning, I don't know if it's going to work. We will see. Did that get glued down? That's the thing about the glue. I don't know if I get it glued down total. I'll take one of these. What one did I have? This one? Now wet glue, I could use a wet glue, but the reason I'm not using a wet glue is because it'll soak through. It will soak through. This one, I don't know about this glue. I don't know if it's going to solve my issue. I might have to go back to using the tape. Ooh, I like this side pretty well. I like this side. Let's continue on. I'm going to come this way and we're going to do some more over here. Now the width can be pretty, well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Can you guys see what I'm doing? I hope. Now, am I working on the right side? I think I was working on this side, wasn't I? Yeah, because the folds are there. This side was, yeah, I think I was working on this side. Let's work on this side. I forget what side I was working on. It really doesn't make a difference. I thought I turned it over. Maybe I didn't. And you could probably stitch these together too if you used a certain stitch. You'd have to be careful. I broke my fingernail here. It's getting in my way. I'm gonna, excuse me while I clip my fingernail. There. Now put it here. We'll see if this works. Whoops. I glued it down. Come on. Yeah, I can't see what I'm doing. I want enough of an overlap on it. So it may not quite be 8.5 by 11, but that's okay. Now I'm getting this stuff in the way. Clean off my glue stick when I'm done. That one's torn. It's a nice one. And I'll glue this a little bit more here. One, two, three. This is 4. I can make it come out a little bit more. I don't need it that though. I'm going to put it right in here. I might take this and put it here and cut it off and even it out. Let's do that. This is the one I glued together. Kind of like that in a way. It adds a strength here that if you were sewing through that, it would be pretty strong to sew through. A double tea bag. You could sew through that pretty good. You could probably even hand sew through it pretty good. Ooh, I'm liking that. Mary's chattering away here to herself. This is how I think when I art. Just chatter away. Oops, that one got, what did this one get? Stuck down. It's got glue on the back of it. And it's got glue on the back of it here. Let's glue this one here on it like that. Can we do that? We want to even these out. That one's torn. Here. I was playing with this. Now, I want that. Let's take one here. And one here. And that'll even it out. Let's do this one. No. Something's not working here. That'll do it. It's sticky there. Let's do this one. That's one of those plant-based ones. Strawberry tea for dyeing paper. I like that idea. Oh, I got the glue stick. Joyce, I took one of your glue sticks you sent me fishing with me. It's still in the bag. I need to get it out. This is the other one. She sent me 2 packages. I had 2 each in there. I'm gonna have to go up a little on that. All right. Now let's just take these and put them out of my way. Out of my way. And where's my paper towel? Everything rolls off my desk. My desk must be uneven. I want to clean off my glue stick a little here. Got a little tea on there. Won't hurt it, but yucky poo. Yucky poo. There. Alright. Now I'll probably use it again. What I want to do is put this here, and then I'll just take my wax paper and smush them down that way. Same thing over here. Now, if we fold it this way, do you see where I'm going with this? I should watercolor, I think, on these. Don't you think I should watercolor? Let's see what happens if I watercolor before I fold it up. Let's stop for a minute and look at chat. And then I have all these tag ties and all of these little things. I'll get them out of the way before they fall off on the over the cliff. I gotta clean this mess up. All right, put my scissors away for a minute. All right, let's see what's going on here. Watercolor, Lisa says. Thank you, Lisa. Maybe suckerfish. Suckerfish. Good night, Kathy. Kathy says, I've been listening while doing jelly printing, deli jelly printing. Been quiet. It's time to hang with the hubs. Okay, Kathy, have a great weekend. She says, bye, Mary, and you all have a lovely weekend. Joyce says, Allie, didn't you know you can catch fish with a glue stick? Lala says, abandoned house. Let's see, they're talking about something cool, like an old grungy sheer curtain. Yeah, that's kind of what it's like, isn't it? It's sheer, and it's got seams on it, but when you fold it up, it won't be as sheer. But when you get that watercolor on it, and I'm just going to do watercolor, I'm not going to do a design. I'm just going to watercolor. We'll see what I do. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Let's see. You asking, Mary? Well, she said she was fussy cutting during the fishing trip. So maybe she thought she'd have time to collage too. That's exactly right, Janice. I didn't have time to do anything. I was happily working away. Let's see, we got down there about, it was the last 2 miles. I looked at my clock because I was leaving you guys that message. But I don't think the message went through till we got back into range. I lose my cell service, I don't lose the phone service, I lose the internet, the last 2 miles. And I was posting that message to Phibbsville that I was going fishing with my brother, but I don't think it actually went through until we got back to civilization. But I happened to look at the clock, and it was 2 minutes after 7. And we got down there. We were about 2 miles away, and he found him a spot to fish. And after he finds him a spot to fish and gathers up all his gear and goes, down to the pond, down to the lake, I sit there in the cab, and because I'm comfortable, it's big enough for me. It's like I'm urban sketching, and I have everything I want. And I read, well, I took a little nap because I was tired. I was up late. I wasn't going to stream anyway. And he came in and woke me up. So I took about a half-hour nap. And I've been reading the Mitford series. I read my book. I read a chapter or 2 out of that. And I didn't draw. I journaled a little in my ledger journal. I didn't do any drawing. But I did do some fussy cutting. And I was going to collage. I took all my fussy cuts with me, and double-sided tape. I was going to put them in my fussy cut book that I have with wax paper and double-sided, the low-tack tape. I was going to do that. I didn't get it done. I didn't get everything done that I take lots to do, because, I'm just sitting there waiting for him to fish. And it doesn't bother me. I can't get on the internet, though. So I guess that's kind of good for me, too. But why did you take a glue stick fishing? Now I see why they're talking to you, Allie. Of course, you put the glue on the end of the hook, and once he bites it, he can't get loose. It's extreme glue stick. Oh, dear. I bought a straw hat. I showed him the other day my straw hat that I bought. And he asked me in such short notice that when I went to put that straw hat on my head, I forgot that I have this big old clip up on top of my head. So the straw hat was not fitting right. So, and I didn't want to hunt out bobby pins and all of that to keep, and I didn't want my hair to just fall down because it's pretty long and straggly. And I couldn't get it fixed, so I didn't wear my straw hat. But next time we go, I'm going to see if I can't just get a lawn chair and sit out there with him and put that straw hat on, because I don't like to sit in the sun a lot. I'm not a sun. I did a lot of sunbathing when I was younger, and you know, I got more freckles than what I want, more spots than what I want. Beth, for me, the glue sticks are not just a convenience. If I get glue on my only working hand, I can't get it off without going into the kitchen for running water. I ruin everything I'm working on. Yeah, hand sanitizer will help, but hand sanitizer is kind of in short supply too, isn't it? Let's see. Elmer's large purple 2 times the strength glue sticks are good too, Lala says. Boy, Allie Kitty is talking to Lala. She says, you have nail clippers in your art room. Oh, dear. Oh. Chelsea says, same here. Just leave everything as it is. Turn off the light and walk out. Yeah, I do that. You know, and I really appreciate being able to do that. I mean, because if you were if you were on the dining room table or something, kitchen table, you'd have to clean up every time. I had a sip of that lemonade. A gulp of it. All right, let's get out those Kurtakis again. And let's play with some watercolor on this, because it'll dry pretty fast. Alrighty. And these are Japanese or something. I'm going to move my phone because I don't want to get it all messed up. My tablet. Alright, we're just going to, I don't know, let's just, and I'm using these because my others are in my pochade, my urban sketching box. I took that too. Do you think I did anything? I didn't have time. He was done before I was. The only thing I don't like about going down there is they don't have very good facilities. And I will if I have to use them, but I don't enjoy it. How about if I use, oh no, that still has yuck in it. Let's see, let's get out this round brush that I was using. Let's see, what shall I use? Yellow. Let's go for the yellows. Can you guys see? Yeah, you can see pretty good. Well, yellow, I don't know if yellow's going to show up on here. Let's go for the orange. We'll put a little yellow in the orange. And let's... I don't want to do a lot of green. You mean I only have, what, 6, 12, 24 colors? I need more colors. I don't think the yellow, well, it might show up a little. Let's go for the browns. Oh, that's a brown. It looks black. That's black. Oh well, that's black. We'll let it. Let's dab it. And it's gonna sort of show through. I'm fairly happy with that. I was going for the browns. Let's go for blue here. Now, if you knew what you were what kind of a scene or something you were doing. And usually people who paint on tea bags make a real dainty garden gate scene or something really pretty. I'm just playing. But I'm wanting to get out the gold paint too. I'm trying to avoid that green. I'm gonna have to get it out, I guess. Yeah, it needs more. Maybe it needs red. I know you guys are saying splatter, Mary, splatter. Is that what you're saying to me? Yeah. I get those canvas curtains. I like that idea, canvas curtains. Yeah, splatter works, doesn't it? Let's do more orange. I don't know, Dee Dee, I can't do what she does. She kind of taps it like that. She makes a, I'm not that skilled at doing that. I have to go like this. She kind of, I don't know, she kind of taps it like that, and I can't get my hands to work like that. I have to. She must have a really juicy brush. Let's see, what else do I want? More of that brown, I think. Yeah, that brown's nice. Alright, I think pretty close to stopping. I think I'll do some gold, maybe some gold splatter. Now I got a nice juicy watercolor that I need to leave out. Nice and juicy. Let's get my gold out. I think I put it down here. Did I put it down in here? Yes, I did. Oops. Oh, that wasn't the camera, that was the light. Let's see, I gotta move these a different place. Oh. I'm gonna do some gold splatter here. Yeah, everything's falling, come on. Just about had to get out the scissors. Thought I cleaned that off pretty good though, didn't I? Evidently not. Evidently not. Anyway. That gunk off of the lid there, the rim. think this is what was sticking it, making it stick right here. Yeah, pretty gunky there. Just about have it. I just about have it. This happens if I pour my paint out or brush my brush off on the edge of the bottle. It gets all gunky in there. Also, sometimes I'll put paint in here and use my lid as a palette. Which you should do, Mary. What you should do is put on another paper towel. Is scoop paint out of it instead of trying to pour it out. I'm gonna scoop some out. We don't need a whole lot. And let's spray. And I'm going to put my ink pad here to keep it from running down my desk. Now I want to... I'm going to use my watercolor brush, which probably is a no-no. But I'll wash it out good. And you can see I want a lot of gold. I probably have more than enough here. I guess Dee Dee goes more like this. I haven't figured that trick out yet. I don't do that. She uses her finger to tap it. Practice splatter. I do better doing this. Sometimes like this. Yeah, I want a lot of gold on here. We'll have to heat it up because it's plenty wet. I'm just about done. I have no idea. My chat is off to the right. I don't know what you guys are saying. I hope you're being good. Alright, we're going to let that set for a minute. And I'm going to take this book that's buried down here. The book that I was using to make those crayon pages out of it. I'm just going to use up that gold paint. And here, I'll just paint some of these pages. And we'll use them in our art someplace. Freckles. 3 little leaves of Irish green united on one stem. Love, truth, and valor do they mean. They form a magic gem. Oh, do you love, oh say you love the shamrock green. I don't know what the story's about, but she stepped back and faced him. Good boy. Oh, it's an angel. He's talking to an angel. All right, that's better. All righty. I've used up most of it. Now let's wash this brush out real good because that's my watercolor brush. Let me set this aside. Somewhere behind me, to the side of me, over here. Oh, okay, let's wash out this brush good. I don't like leaving it. That's pretty good. I'm gonna make sure though. This is one of my favorite brushes because it's got those nice rounded, it's a nice brush. Alrighty. So now we're going to put the lid back on. Let's just take this and wipe it off if we can, what we can. It's still got some gunk on it. I didn't get very messy there. I'm trying to keep it out of the paint. Okay. Ooh, I'm liking this. I'm liking it. It needs to be dried. What are you guys saying? Kangaroo, I can't doodle at all. Rain Girl, they turn out looking like alien blobs. TP Zine. Tea bags and paint. Holly, that's cute. I was wondering, I was going to say, you want me to make a zine out of TP paper? Look, I got paint here on my palette knife. Let's clean it off. She means tea bag and paint. All right, we're going to dry it. I do have it on a wax paper. I mean, it's not glued down, but I have a wax paper between it and my desk. I'll put a little glue on that. Put a little glue there. I'll probably have to be doing that more. Now the question is, this is more of a background. What am I going to put as a theme on it? I don't want anything too overpowering. I have to think. Even little, you know, I painted that text gold. Even little tears of that text paper would look nice. just little tiny hairs out of it. Or even if I could locate my dragonfly punch, that would be nice. Or even flowers. Punch out some flowers. Or even cut flowers. It's still pretty wet. I'm going to flip it over on its back. Boy, that gold really added to it, didn't it? That gold really added to it. That's pretty good. I don't want it so sticky that it sticks. I mean, we would have thrown all these away anyway. If you don't rescue them, they get tossed anyway. You might as well use them. And I'm going to get a different sheet of wax paper here. Might as well use them. Boy, that gold really does add to it. Really makes a difference. And when it gets folded up, it'll look even different. I use a lot of wax paper. Good thing it's cheap. Good thing it's cheap. I'm going to keep drying. It's almost dry, but I want it to be fairly dry. Now that was fun. I've had nothing but fun tonight. Just write a few more on the back. Yeah, I'm wanting to, yeah, that needs to be glued down a little more. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying out there. I'm really kind of liking that. Let's see what you guys are saying. Whoops, my tablet's flying away. Solid color or black silhouette? Yeah, I was thinking of black silhouette. One word can say so much and not cover all that yummy color. Oh. How about a black word be yummy in a boho book? Yeah, it would be yummy in a boho book, wouldn't it? Oh, good night, Joy. Who, did I miss saying something? Oh, Joyce. It was Joyce who was saying good night to. One word on a page, like a word of the day kind of thing. All right, you guys are going to give me some words. And I'm going to do them in black. Maybe with my big fat black marker. And I think that there's enough paint on here that if I did it on the back, a marker might bloom out, but I think there's enough paint on the front here that it won't bloom out, I hope. So I need 8 words. 8 words to put on here. One, whoops, that's not the one I want. Where's my other marker? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Peace, joy. All right. I like peace. At the front, we'll put peace, joy, dream, faith, love, rocket. We'll put rockets out of place, but I like it, rocket. We got peace, love, we got peace, joy, dream, faith, love, rocket. I love it. Sparkle. Oh, that's a good one. Sparkle. What another one? Laugh. I like laugh. There we go. Thanks for the words. I like all of them. I can only use 8. All right. So now let's go ahead and fold it. And I'm going to leave it raggedy. I'm going to leave it raggedy. We didn't say T, did we? All right. And I'm not going to worry too much about getting a good crease in here because these are just glued together, so I've got to be kind of careful. And I'm only folding it now so I know where the pages are going to be when I write my words. And let's see, we could probably do it like, was it like this or the outside? Did she say to fold it with the color on the outside or the inside? I forget. It was on the inside. Because, no, it was on the outside. It was on the outside because I didn't want to mess up the wax. So she said I did that right. So like that. And then I think this one goes this way, but it's going to peek out. It's going to peek out because the papers are not even. Tea bags are raggedy, which I kind of like. It'd be fun to put some hand stitching on this, but I'm not going to do it tonight. Ooh, did my light blink or something? Something happened. I saw a blink. Oh, I think it was my light up there. If my light goes out, we'll be in the dark. All right. So I can see where my creases are here pretty good. Now let's get my big marker out. I might have to get a fresh one. Let's get a fresh one. Oh, what's behind me? What a mess. What a mess. I love it. I love it. We want a big fat marker, a fresh big fat one. We need a store. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. I know you're in here. I don't buy them a whole lot. All I have here are medium points. I might have to go with the medium points. Hold the phone. Here we go. Here's one. I'd already opened. I'm going to have to sort those out so that I have all my chisel tips in one drawer. I buy these all the time when I go to Walmart. I just buy them because I use them. Let's save the tag. I have a feeling Lisa's been saving hers. I have a feeling we're going to do tags or sometime, or she's saving them for a reason, or she was saving it. Maybe she was just saving it to save it. I don't know. There we go. I'm going to empty my wastebasket tomorrow. It's getting full. But that's not going out. It's going over here. Okay. My words were love. Oh. Peace, joy, dream, faith, love, rocket. Sparkle and laugh. I love it. I love it. So we're going to start over here. And let's write on a tea bag first. Let's see how that works. Let's write on this one. I'll just write my name. And this is chisel, so I can kind of do a thin up and a thick down. It's kind of hard to write on just one. And look, it's soaking through. Mary, I think that'll work. But I might take this down to hold it in place. And I put my tape back. I did. We're going to have to tape the wax paper down too, because it's going to jump around on me. We don't want it jumping around. And the tea bag, I think I'm going to put the tape right here in the middle, because I won't write up there. I'll just put it right there. I'll probably cut there eventually. Is it going to stick? I don't know if that's going to stick. Let's get another piece. Like that. Alright, we're going to start with peace. Now my fold is right here and right there. Right there. Alright. And I'm not going to try to do fancy writing because it's hard enough to get it on there. Now, it might not, I might go over it with my white on the darker places so to show up a little more. I have that the white out pen. Peace. Love will go right in here. And I think I'll write it. Get my ruler out here so I can see where my fold is. I'm going to lose track of it here. Right there. And I'm okay up here. I'm deciding whether I want to go slanted or come that. I guess I'll go this way again. Love, dream. Let's see, my fold was right here. Dream is really kind of be a big word to get on this space, writing like I am. I guess it wouldn't matter if it went over a little, and that one might. That one might go over a little, but we'll see. Dream, faith. Faith is going to be out here. Leave it like that, but before I turn it, let's get out my whiteout pen. I want these to show up just a little bit more. My whiteout pen is under all of this. Where's my whiteout pens? Yeah. Now there's the crayon one. Whoops, one of my zines just went over the cliff. There they are. It wasn't, it was my clothespin zine. It wasn't one I did tonight. I've got to put all of those in a baggie. All my crayon wrappings in an envelope. I'll use them on my... Oh. Alright. Stop giggling. I lost the one I wrote on as a trial. Where's my Mary? I'm shaking my distress crayon thing. I must be tired. Oh, where's the one I wrote on? Is it in this mess? I don't see it. I lost it. Boo. I think it'll work. Maybe. It might be too much though, we'll see. I need a black paper. What I did with all my scrappy scraps. Where's my scrappy scrap? Let's do that again here. That's kind of interesting how that works. E has to be better. Now, if you're sensitive to smells, this whiteout may not be the thing for you, because it does have, if you use it too much, you can smell the odor, whatever it's in there. Dream. I might come back with some black over that. Let's do the Faith. Oops. You can't dig into that paper. You have to use a pretty light touch. And there it goes. Now, I'm not done. That's not what I want. Where's my other one? This one. I don't know. I don't know about that. That just may not be juicy enough. That may not be juicy enough. We need juice. We need juice. Juice, juice, juice. Yes, I'm getting out a new one. These are older ones, though. These are last year's model. They changed the packaging and the points on them. Now I can't get in there. Come on. There we go. Being stubborn, aren't you? Wow. I'm only going to get one out. I'm only going to get one out. I'll leave the other one in there for another day. I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to do. There guess. I don't think the black by itself would have shown up that too well. A black silhouette of a flower or a person or something like that might, but I don't think the words, unless it was maybe a die cut or something, would have shown up too well. But sometimes I get fooled because I get so close to what I'm doing that if I have to almost pull away from it before I see what's really happening. I like that. Let's see if we can improve on this piece. Now, let's see if I can fix that. I don't know if I can. There we go. I like that. We'll leave it alone. Let's go back in and do these. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting out a fresh marker. That black wasn't doing so great over that white because the marker wasn't fresh. And these are not expensive markers. And thank you guys for sticking with me. I try to follow chat, but once I get doing all of this, I lose track. I'll come out in a minute. I'll come out in a minute. That one's got a little tear in the tea bag. I don't think it'll matter by the time I get this folded up. Now that tea got kind of messed up here. That's not bad. I just do the H. There we go. let's turn her upside down and do the others. And we just have to move this center tape. I was curious to see what the back looks like. Oh, look. There's the back. That whiteout really soaked through to the wax paper. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. All right, but we aren't going to worry about the back. We're going to continue with the front here. All right, so we've done faith. We're ready for love. We got love. Do we have two loves? No. Faith. What did I do? Peace. That should have been joy, huh? Peace, joy. I put love. I was thinking love. We'll put joy over here. You guys probably yelled at me. Mary, it was supposed to be joy. We'll put joy here. Can't have enough joy and love. I'm going to have some more lemonade here. Ah, that's good. All right, joy. Joy, 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 joy. 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 Now we can put rocket. I love it. I love it because it's so out of place. Because, you know, all these others are kind of emotion. Well, sparkle is kind of sparkle, laugh. But, you know, sparkle, laugh, peace, joy, dream, faith, you know, they're kind of emotional feelings. And then we got rocket. I love it. I love it, so I'm going to use it. Rocket. Rocket. There's rocket. Sparkle. This one might go over a little. We might have sparkle, the L and E going over to laugh. Laugh. I don't know where my fold is there. I lost my fold. I think it's up here. That H is gonna kind of come down a little. We'll see what happens with that. But see, I know what they are. You guys probably see them better than I do. If I look at them if I look at them here, I see them a lot better than what I do in real life. In real life, I like the white. When I look at them in my camera here, these look pretty good, just with the black. But I'm going to continue with the white because that's what I did. gonna start it here. Kind of hard to write on these. They want to wrinkle up on you. And tear. You got to be careful. That's going right through. I kind of like that. Rocket. Now this whiteout is still wet, so I got to be careful that I don't smear it. Oops, I went right through that. Might have to put some tape on the back of these. Maybe some washi tape. That doesn't look much like a C, but I kind of like that. Sparkle. I think my L&E on Sparkle is gonna go. It might end up being Spark, which may not be a bad thing either. Spark could be a good word, like a spark of inspiration. L, and then my E is running into my L over here, and it's tearing. Sparkle. Kind of messy in there. Laugh. Kind of like it though. It's so messy, I like it. What's going on with that? L, A, U, G, my H gets lost. Off of the edge. Laugh. Alrighty. I think I'm liking it. Now let's keep doing it a little. Words got a little big up in here. Rocket, sparkle, and laugh. It's got a lot of letters in them. Okay. I'll take this off. Now, I think what I'll do, some of these places where it's, I could even use masking tape, but take this off. I really changed it, didn't it? On some of these spots here where it's, and I don't know how long that washi tape will last on there, but I'm going to take some of this washi, and where's my glue stick? Where did it run off to? Well, here it is. It goes in here. Was it on laugh? A sparkle and laugh in there. Right in here. Let's put a little mend on places in here. And there. And it won't matter if some of that glue stick sticks to the back. Like if I don't get this tape over everything, because it'll just hold it together. I might put a little down in here. Got a little thin in there. And just because, I'll put one over here. There. Alrighty, let's see what goes here. It's definitely a homemade distressed one, isn't it? But how fun it is to play with this stuff. How fun it is to play with it, and you know. Now I think I'll cut. Have to cut it there. I'm gonna have to shape it in there a little, I think. Shape her up because it's an odd piece. But that's what I like about it. It's odd. What do I have here? Maybe I'll put laugh as the first word. Does that look like a good laugh? You get a good laugh out of it. Yeah, I like that. I even like it raggedy. Laugh, peace, love, dream, faith, joy, rocket, sparkle. I like it because laugh is the first word and sparkle is the last. And all of that watercolor and, well, the glowed splatter still shows a lot. But look how the background has fallen into the background, but it still is pretty. Let me see the light shining on my. Come on, Pop. All right, it is 12:30 and I've only done 3 zines tonight. Oh, and I did my calendar page with the hidden orange bra. So, but that was fun. We did the poppies. That was really fun. Melted crayon splatter poppy zine. And we did the stamping on wax with the raining cats and dogs. It's raining cats and dogs. The sky is growing dark. Instead of pitter patter, it's splatter, yowl, and bark. It's raining cats and dogs. Although it shouldn't oughta. The next time I pray for rain, I'll add that I mean water. That I mean water. That send water. Water instead of water. And then here's the tea bag one. Now, I think I may have, you know, I got rid of the sheer of the tea bag. It would be nice just to have tea bag and cheesecloth, something like that. I might do that again with these and do tea bag and lace or tea bag and cheesecloth and make a more delicate one. This one was fun to do and I like it. But I think on these others, if I do another one, I think I'll do tea bag, cheesecloth and sheer lace or something like that. I think would look nice. So, that was part of what I did tonight too, was I separated all those tea bags. That took some time. It all takes time. Taking all those papers off of the Crayolas, hunting for stuff. It all takes time. So I am on pretty late. I probably will not be on till Sunday night. Saturdays, I got to work in my garden tomorrow. I got to weed my flowers. I've got to weed my flowers. Let's put it like this. Put that one in the center. This one needs to be held. Let's get a bobby pin out. Bobby pins come in handy when you need a clip. Let's get a bobby pin out. I should decorate some of these bobby pins rather than using them naked. There we go. Whoops. There. There we go. Set here. Now I need another bobby pin. I'll be out in a minute. I'll be out in a minute. There we go. And my clothespin one fell off over the cliff. I'll have to retrieve it. So let's see what you guys are saying. Chat. Chat. Live chat. Susan says they're cool. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Holly. Lala says it's 1:30 in Florida. Time to go to bed, Lala. Thank you, Sharon, Judy. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Josie. Thank you all for coming. Arlene says it's been amazing watching them go from actual used tea bags to zines. It's fun to do that. Isn't it fun to take something like that that's going to be thrown away? And I'll take the tea tomorrow and sprinkle it on my flowers. Sprinkle it on the rose bush out there. And I think that's what I'll do. If they're still good by Sunday night, our roses are blooming. And they're not the beautiful rosy rose that you think of, they're more of the woodland rose. I don't know what they're called, but I might try to clip one and do a watercolor of it. I've been wanting to do that. So hopefully Sunday night. So tomorrow is Saturday, and it's the first Saturday, so it's not the second Saturday. The second Saturday in June will be the Defy auction at 12 noon. I think it's Eastern time. Or is it 1 Eastern? I think it's 12 noon Eastern. And that's not this Saturday, it's next Saturday. And let's see. I don't know who comes on in the morning. If you guys know, share it. Saturday night, Beth Schuler will be on. And I just bet you, I won't count on it, but I'll bet you Becky does something. I'll bet she does an impromptu while I'm sleeping. Or out there weeding my garden. Let's see, Sunday, 12 noon, Tanya McGuire will be on. And I'll come on Sunday, probably Sunday evening around 6 Central, 12 noon Central for Tanya. And then we're back to Monday morning. And if I think that if I stream on Sunday nights, I may or may not do Monday morning, but I get pretty tired on Sunday nights, so Monday mornings are pretty iffy. Thank you. Amina, I am having so much fun reading the Mitford series. That's another thing I want to do. It's on my list. I want to do a town. We kind of drew out a sketchy sketch of Phibbsville. But I want to do a little map thing like what they have in those Mitford series books. Because right at the beginning of the books, they have a little town map. And I'd like to do that because we know where the TheMeriAtelier is, we know where the library is, and where the roundabout for the courtyard, and I want to get that all done. All right, Holly, good night. Have a great weekend. I'm really enjoying your animal posts, Holly. They are so funny on Facebook. The Defy auction is June 13th at noon Eastern. And Arlene dropped the link. All right, everybody, good night. Have a great weekend. Take care. Take care of yourselves and your family. Go do some art. Have a good weekend. Enjoy it. Summer's here. Bye. Oh, Marjorie. Marjorie Marcellino? I didn't say hi to you. I just saw your name just as you were saying good night as I was going to get up here and turn off my phone. Thanks for dropping in. And anybody else that I missed saying hello to, hi and bye. I don't miss you on purpose. I just get busy. All right, good night, everybody.